Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show. Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Yep. EUX. I'm dyslexic. The King Chuck ENT DEUX. That's the backup page. Please check us out there. Help us out a lot. You know, like, share, and subscribe. And hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now.
This is copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. More information on fair use. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research as examples of activities that may qualify as fair use. Section 107 calls for consideration of the following 4 factors in evaluating a question of fair use: purpose and character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes, nature of the copyrighted work, amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Okay, so anything I use for you guys, hit me up if you want me to remove it, edit it, or whatever. Nothing is used to infringe on anybody's intellectual property. I don't intend on doing that, and I don't intend on profiting from anyone's intellectual property. So I'm glad to edit or delete anything that's any of my videos that I've used of anybody. So that's it.
It was made just for me.
Man, I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this. Don't try to stop this. Niggas fall down like I'm spitting out some hot shit. I'ma melt your bones down to the floor. This little man coming through swinging fofo.
You gon' catch an elbow from my kinfolk. We don't give a damn, we gon' smoke more dope. You can't keep up with my speech. You gon' get beat down to the street.
Nigga preach when I come with the sermon. Niggas didn't learn their lesson, but now they burning. Tossing and turning, cause you can't sleep. We decreased your earnings, now your crew can't eat.
Can't eat, talking about it was a studio leak. Maybe it's cause your lyrics so weak. I heard Mo out of Little Bo Peep.
Plus your boy sucking dick on the late night creep. I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sounds like it was made just for me.
Man, I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me. too much. Coming soon. Stay tuned. Hey. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with the gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with the gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with the gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with the gat that spits venom. Simply deliberating stanzas, creating dances, evaluate the masters, having meetings, debating the answers to the questions that be making the handler anxious. I can't be telling nothing I ain't experienced, kinda like selling a little fake deliverance, full of malevolence, hitting up your residence, taking care of his biz without leaving evidence, claiming heaven's in. What the fuck is this? When I take a trip to the abyss and meet the beast, I'm coming back with it. That's gold words coming from a spectacular man that froze when he found out he had a black hole where his soul's supposed to be. That's no way to see eternity. Maybe you believe, but some achieve the pearly gates and still proceed to think evil deeds. Bustin' out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Bustin' out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Bustin' out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Bustin' out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Hit niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. You sending black and when the bottom of the ninth inning smack, he bleeds. The cat's whack, send him back. Cause he ain't suffered enough, hustled enough, scuffle and cuff his hand to a cop, nothing discussed, cutting his nuts to his cock. Something to shot, a spark out your heart when you stop jogging in the park. And you meet a nigga dog that bites bark, buds spilling on the sidewalk. Staying in the light is smart despite staying on course, of course, cause the smell of death escapes and not a corpse is rough. Top half man and I'll be damned if that bottom half horse. Hush, lost souls rushing to touch the black hole, wishing to be dust, gagging and fuss, cause the demon face leaking pus. Bustin' out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Bustin' out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Bustin' out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Bustin' out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. What can I say? Lay in my bed at night like it's a grave. Listen to the voices in my mind misbehave. Best to be glad that my mind is away. Voices taking over days makes me afraid. Then I go to sleep cause the voices make me weak. If I reach out for the light, then I know they gonna speak through mutilated teeth. I fumigated beef. I treat my lady sweet. Why do I gotta shriek in the night? Think I'm living right? My insomnia is bringing me to ride. Lunatic lyrical things.
Hey, what's going on?
I wake up and I scream. Reality to me ain't really what
Hey, I'm here.
imagining old
Hold on.
Alright, I was trying to figure it out.
Roll up on the
You in
floor,
there?
now you know
I
what
had the mic off.
Bustin' out the dust, rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Bustin' out the dust, rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Bustin' out the dust, rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Bustin' out the dust, rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Hey, 6 niggas.
What's going on?
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. And don't take my word for it. Look that shit up. Please. Hey, how you feeling? How you feel tonight?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Yeah. It's been a bunch of crazy stuff in the news. You been seeing any crazy stuff in the news?
Oh my God, I've been seeing all of it. That's all I do is watch the news.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
Pat sent me something just now, and I saw a piece of it earlier.
Who sent you something?
Pat, and I had saw it. I had saw something about that earlier, but I don't know. I guess I felt like it wasn't. I guess I felt like it wasn't newsworthy. But the more I think about it, man, this thing is making me do all this crap, bro. That sucks. I'm gonna type it in. Disney employees. I'm gonna just type it in. So yeah, so what did you see on the news? Anything that what did you see? Did you hear about the Disney employees?
No, I ain't heard nothing about this employee. What's up?
It says Disney employees and former judge among 108 arrested in human trafficking sting.
What?
Yeah, that's what it's saying.
Oh man.
Disney?
Disney?
It's not really that surprising to me, really.
Oh no. Where the sources come from?
What's that?
What's the source?
I'm finna show it right now. I'm pulling it up as we speak.
Undercover sting in Polk County that put more than 100 people behind bars. Some of their charges include seeking a prostitute, offering to commit prostitution, and sending harmful materials to minors. Armalik Rankin joins us from the sheriff's office with the scope of this operation.
108 people were arrested last week as a part of a 6-day sting. Sheriff Grady Judd tells us it spanned multiple agencies across Central Florida, and some of those arrests included a former judge and current Disney employees. Operation March Sadness 2 put dozens of people behind bars.
We were able to arrest 4 predators in this operation. This is huge.
One of those arrests had help from Orange County. Xavier Jackson of Kissimmee was charged after the sheriff says he was sending sexual images to a detective he thought was a 14-year-old girl.
Did I mention that he just happens to be a lifeguard at the Polynesian Resort for Disney? You think there's a few children around there?
Walt Disney World Communications confirmed 3 of the sting operations arrests were of current Disney employees. They've been placed on unpaid leave. The majority of arrests were of men seeking prostitutes. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd was focused on one in particular because of his job.
Oh, can I show you the other picture?
Sorry, y'all.
Daniel Peters.
Damn it.
This is the Honorable Daniel Peters, who's a retired judge in Cook County, Illinois.
26 people were arrested for offering to commit prostitution. One person was arrested on human trafficking charges, Tiffany Nash from Orlando.
Because she has 61 previous criminal charges. 41 of them felonies and 20 as misdemeanors.
Upon Nash's arrest, a woman being trafficked was provided help and services from anti-trafficking organizations.
The Polk County Sheriff's Office works directly with anti-trafficking groups like Selah Freedom and One More Child. Counselors were there on the scene when arrests were made to provide services to victims. The nonprofit Selah Freedom works to fight sex trafficking right here in Florida. It says the most important thing you can do is if you see something, say something. You can call the National Human Trafficking Hotline at 888-373-7888. Or if you know someone who needs help making it out of a situation, you can reach out to Selah Freedom's intake line at 888-8FREE-ME. Its website also has a lot of great resources.
Okay.
Wow.
What do you think about that?
Oh man, they kind of confused me a little bit because they said a couple of people who didn't work there no more, and then they came up with these 28 people. I'm like, Y'all confusing me.
Yep. I heard some bullshit in there too. So, and that's the reason why
Yeah.
originally when I had heard about this story, I kind of was like, it's kind of like a non-story. I don't
Yeah.
I didn't really want to cover it. So, but
Yeah. No, I ain't
because
seen nothing about that in the news. And I watch the news all day, every day.
really, so then
Yeah.
that's good that I covered it then if you haven't seen it, you know.
No, I watch the news every day, all day.
Yeah. So well
I
that's
watch
what
all everything. Inside edition, extra, the
well
2,
that's
11, 13, 26,
well this is
39.
this is alternative media right here. This is alternative journalism
Yeah,
right
but
here.
I watch the world news too.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, no, I think that's fake news.
oh, you mean you think it didn't happen at all?
I don't think it was to the extent of. I think it was somebody on the outside or whatever, and they got busted. But I don't think it had nothing to do with Disney.
What do you mean? Well, people working at Disney were
Yeah,
people who
but
got.
how you gonna charge them now? Come on now. You gonna charge them for a fuck up?
Well, if you were human trafficking, a Disney park would be a great place to, I don't know, recruit people, move people, manage people.
I just need some more info. I need a little bit more before I can go all into that. I need a little more.
Yeah, I'm just saying, to me, it's not surprising at all. And, the human trafficking thing is happening. And, you use a place like Disney as you can't necessarily blame Disney, but I'm sure that there were some people who were employees. That's what
In Polk County, more than 100 people, including 4 Disney employees, are facing charges after a massive sex sting. It's being called Operation March Sadness 2, a 6-day undercover investigation that focused on human trafficking, prostitution, and child predators. One of the men arrested is a lifeguard at a Disney resort who police say sent sexual and graphic images to an officer posing as a 14-year-old girl. 3 other Disney employees were arrested on prostitution charges and have been placed on leave.
I think you're right when you say it's not really a story. That part, I think you're right.
Sergey, I'm so deeply sorry for your unbearable loss.
Madam,
have you been able to see Tatiana and your children? Have you been able to bury them?
Да, я успел, я доехал. Я ехал.
Okay. Pull
In Polk County, more than
pull
100
your
people,
tears
including
piece. It just went to that automatically. But that was a Ukrainian pull your tears piece right there. So, Mom, you heard the. What's up, Pat?
Whoa, what's up? What's up?
Hello, Pat.
Hey there, how are you this evening?
I'm doing good, sweetie.
Good.
So, Pat, you the one sent me the story. My mom said she think it's fake news.
What? Which one? The trafficking?
Yeah, that it was Disney employees involved in it.
No, it was 4 Disney employees that they captured. They were security guards, and because it's total 108 people that was arrested. So, out of the 108, it was 4 Disney employees.
Okay. Yeah.
And the the rest were just other people that lived in the area.
Well, the headline made it sound like it was all 108 of them were Disney employees. Like that's what it.
I know. That's what, when I first saw it, I thought.
Yeah, that's what they try to make it sound like, and that's what I don't agree with.
Well, I think because if you really read, because I when I look back, it said that they were Disney, because like, wait a minute, let me see, can I pull it up real quick? Because it's
Yeah, so it's like I think that they do that all the time. They make a story more of a story than it is. The prostitution is happening, and then they try to twist the prostitution into human trafficking. And I was watching a video about that, how like they're doing this thing where it's kind of like belittling. Well, it's kind of consenting adults. If it's two consenting adults, that's not human trafficking. But they're trying to throw like two consenting adults doing a transaction into human trafficking. Although there is a blurry line there, because who knows if that person is actually consenting? You know what I mean? Pimp named Slipback might slap the shit out of them if they don't do what they. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just joking, but what I'm saying is, they're trying to blend it in together, and it's really hurting. It's hurting fixing the problem, basically, and they love to do that. They muddy the waters so that it makes it more difficult to actually address, because you have to address human trafficking, and then you have to address prostitution kind of separately if you want to address legal. As far as two consenting adults, that's a different thing.
Well, listen. The what I sent you, it said Disney employee and judge among 108 arrested. So
Yeah.
it didn't say that all of them. That it was the Disney employees that was in that group of people that got arrested. So
Yeah, but that headline still
but
makes
either way,
it's still misleading because of your brain. Because I read that headline, but my brain still was like 108 Florida. I mean, 108 Disney
yeah,
employees?
because your brain is no, but that's the thing. That's just how quickly we read stuff. We're not really looking at what it said. Because I mean,
But
I just went back and read it again.
But my point is, they know that. They know our psychology. They know how those headlines. They probably spent a long time on the headlines. I was watching a video just the other day, and I think it was on Jimmy Dore or whatever, and they was talking about it, and it was like, yeah, it's really the editors, like the head editor, who always writes the headlines. It's
Yeah,
that,
but
like,
sometimes you got to be your own damn editor.
But they do want to.
Sometimes you
Yeah,
got
but
to
I
be
mean, the
your
thing is,
own damn
they do want
editor.
to catch people's attention.
Yeah, but if you
do,
are on
you always have to be your own editor.
But if you are on if you're on a major channel, then no, you got an editor. If you're on a major paper, you got an editor. If you're on a major any fucking thing, you got a fucking editor. And only independent people don't have editors. Everybody else does.
Like us.
Yeah, we don't. I mean, we edit ourselves.
Well,
that's why we keep getting in trouble. I'm the editor. Yeah, and I'm not doing a good job. We keep getting in trouble. I need to do a better job.
Well, I mean, but no, I think once we hit it big, we'll be able to spend more time on it. We'll be able to give clear.
I need a staff. I need an assistant already, because like all the editing and shit that I do already, it's a fucking exhausting. It's taking a lot of my time, and it really, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, it has hurt my school, my classes this semester.
Well, you need to work on that.
Works, bro.
You need to work on that. School is first.
And I need to do more time, spend more time on my classes. But I've been really pushing this channel, and if y'all look, bro, like I'm up 100 subscribers in 28 days on the main page, bro. That's no small feat. I'm over 50K views.
That's good.
I got some stuff I'm working on, man.
Yeah, I need
like the honeymooners was. Yeah, well,
I need somebody to do some editing.
But like I don't know, for me that human trafficking stuff really is a big deal to me, because it's like you know, there's a lot of this stuff that's going on that's behind the scenes that people don't really pay attention to, and you know, you don't realize like your neighbor can be
A
somebody
human
who's either
trafficker, yeah.
trafficking or that might get trafficked.
Right. They could be either
You
one.
know,
Yeah.
and people come up missing
All the
the
time.
time, like especially in cities like Houston, Atlanta, and you know, it's a lot of times it's black girls, black women. You know what I'm saying? Young black women, young girls.
Because it's always
You
the
know,
most
yeah, boys
marginalized.
too.
Whoever's
But
the most, the most accessible, like the people
the
who are
most
the less,
vulnerable, the most
yeah, the
vulnerable.
most vulnerable. That's you got me. That's the words I was looking for. And it's gonna always tend to be black, you know, over more than others, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
you
it's,
don't hear about that.
And
You
that's the
don't
thing.
hear about it.
But you see, you know, there's this stuff that's been going on for a long time because like about 2 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago, there was a big bust by a bunch of U.S. Marshals, of judges and lawyers, and of course just some regular people that got caught up, and they had connections to, you know, much higher politicians, you know, because I'm not even gonna call any names because sometimes people get a little too sensitive when you talk about those people, but they had direct connections with some of these people in much higher offices, and you know, it's like they, you know, because all right, some of these people use them, you know, like will kidnap a person or a kid for their own pleasure, but if they can't just get rid of them easily, kill them or whatever, they sell them, and that's like a part of that whole trade where these same kids, like just a couple of weeks ago, they found a black kid in China that was from like Detroit or something. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, this is a worldwide thing that these people are end up you know, where like you wouldn't really suspect or assume that this stuff is really just happening on our nose this easily. But my question, because they said there's, you know, when they had that whole Pizzagate thing going on,
mm-hmm.
they said that there was no, you know, there was no connection. You know, okay, your fact checker says there's no connection, but who's paying for all of this? Like these, and then you come to find out, just like within a week or two ago, Ukraine is one of the biggest hubs for human trafficking. So it's a lot of stuff that's going on that we
don't know nothing about.
We may never truly understand, but you know, I'm happy that there's somebody, you know, some people going down, because I mean, Florida is at our back door. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When it's a worldwide thing, yeah, you know, this is something that's global. Catching a bunch of people in Florida, that's
Yeah.
good
So
for us. So we got
but I think that's what I think it is. It's just one of those stories just to kind of say, hey, we are doing something about it. Like, you know it's happening or whatever, and we're you know, we're working on it. You know, this is us working on it. But that's not enough.
Yeah.
That's not nearly enough, and it's really a slap in the face. You know what I'm saying? And I think that, you know, historically, this is one of the things I wanted to talk about. It's like the capitalism supporting like fascism and classism. You know what I'm saying? And genocides. You know what I'm saying? And then these Western nations are the ones that are upholding this shit. This related to the human trafficking. What the hell was slavery? Human trafficking.
Was slavery?
Yeah. You know, I mean, it's human trafficking. Slavery and human trafficking.
That ended up being a part of it, yeah.
it's really the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because even today, if those people are being human trafficked, they are slaves, right? What other
Yeah.
definition would you have for that? They're not getting paid for their work. They're doing work. That's another part of this. You know, I think that people don't see sex work as work. Like, I mean, I might be flipping it to like another subject, but I mean,
this is a good direction to go in. I think
because I've been doing a lot of reading about that. The way people look at sex work and the way they look down on sex workers and you know, they act like it's not a job. You know what I'm saying? Just like any other job. You know, sex work is just like any other job, and that's why I think that it should be legalized so that they can, you know, it can be regulated and it'll be safer for everyone. You think people are gonna stop doing this? They say it's the oldest profession.
No, I mean that's something that will always happen. I mean, you know, most of it probably will be some under the table thing, but I mean, there's, you know, places all over the world that, you know, that this is that, you know, is it truly accepted. You can go and, you know, to some place where it's probably kidnapped people that's there. They won't ever say anything because they're fearful of their lives and thinking that they're gonna make it home one day. But most likely, the majority of them won't. Because I mean, you got to think from, you know, it starts out so lower level to where, you know, you're talking about sex and, you know, maybe even working in people's homes, cleaning them or this, that, and the other way in some other country. But overall, especially when it comes to black bodies, they want the melanin. So they will, or even, you know, if they're healthy enough, liver and your kidneys, and, you know, they get to the point where they're selling your, you know, the organ harvesting. So,
this is all connected.
It's much bigger.
It's all connected to, even like, because you said the hub, one of the hubs is Ukraine, and you gotta wonder, man. And you know, we know, like, if you go back to like the banana wars and stuff like that, we know that like the military backed up corporations time and time again. The like the U.S. military or NATO military, Western military, come to the aid of these private corporations time and time again. So you gotta wonder how much like the military, you know, as far as like you saying, like the human trafficking in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine now, how much does human trafficking factor into the whole thing as far as like military action and all of that? Because there's a lot of money being made related to this, because this is what I be saying over and over and over and over again. The most valuable commodity on the planet is humans. No matter which way you look at it, bro. As a citizen, as a, you know, as a worker, as a producer, like you talk about gold and you talk about oil. Humans are way more productive than that. And you know, that's one of the things, like it only takes a little bit of us. Like we could just eat some crackers and we could produce all day. You get what I'm saying? Like I think people don't understand that. So when you're moving valuable goods, right? And that's what you do when you're moving, you know, you're moving stuff from place to place. That's what you're doing, right? And that's commerce. That's capitalism. That's making money. Moving products from somewhere where you have a lot of the stuff to somewhere where the people want it or whatever. And so that's what you're doing, right? So drugs, guns, and people. And then you're going to also have gold, cash. You know what I'm saying? All the things that people are valuable to people is what's going to be moved through these corridors. So there's going to be set up corridors.
Livestock.
Yeah, there's going to be set up corridors already in place for these goods to move. You know what I mean? If they're illegal, there's all these people that's involved, and there's so much money being made. You know that, like, it's set up in a way where nobody is gonna get caught. Like, even though, like, kind of like, how, like, if you're the mafia, if you're like, old day Chicago, right? Probably still to this day, if you're a big mobster, then you're gonna become cool as hell with the mayor, right? You're gonna be cool as fuck with the mayor. You're gonna probably have him in his pocket. You're gonna probably have him blackmailed, have a video of him or something. So what you can, that whatever you do, you not gonna have no problems. It's all good, bro.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're always higher connections with the black market. Because whether somebody that is very powerful and with drugs has somebody that they know that is that they either try to put in place or they buy them out. They make sure that, hey, we're still, I know you're on the clean side or supposed to be on the clean side, but they still, try to, find a way to, give them some kickbacks for letting them, for letting them do, smoothly do their business.
Yeah. Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, but yeah, no, because what I was gonna say earlier was that livestock is always the most valuable cargo. They spend the most money on it all the time to make sure it gets from one place to another, still alive, and I look at that as being kind of the same way with human trafficking, because
exactly,
they're still feeding this person, they're still
and it's going to be more valuable.
It costs.
How much can you make off of a cow? Well, like, what's the maximum you can make off of a cow? Whatever number you have in your head, you could make that times a million off of a human.
Well, if you think about it, because I mean, of course, like we mentioned, like there's all the body parts are open game. Eyeballs, like I said, all the liver, the kidneys, and all that. But when we talk about melanin actually, I think it's like $400 a gram.
Yeah, so I wonder about that, and I wonder about that all the time, because these people have to be powerful. That's my point. If let's say you are in charge, because you're gonna have to have a military. You're gonna be in charge of these corridors. You want to keep this commerce, and you have investors that you ensure that their product makes it from one place to another, right? So they only going to put faith in you because they know you can get the job done. So these are really who's ever in charge of this is a very rich person and very powerful person. You know what I'm saying? With connections. You know what I mean? So that's it. And you moving products, people, all kind of shit. Let me read this comment right here. It says, for 8 years,
go ahead.
The ethnic Russians in Donbass, eastern Ukraine, have been killed, massacred, and shot by the Ukrainian military and by the Nazi paramilitary organizations that go by the name of Sector Pravi and Azov Battalion. In 8 years, 20,000 people lost their lives for the attacks of such Nazi criminals. Just one question: where the Western media? So, like, this is still connected, because it's like, and I'll be talking about the corporations and then the Russians, and then they be talking about communists and all of this, and Cold War or whatever. But the Russians have stopped the Nazis before, bro. They don't like Nazis, bro. They got a problem with Nazis. And our media is not.
Well, that's because they have a diabolical. Because it's so, you see, and I'm sympathetic to our people, because as far as their ability to see, because our media, builds them up on a certain belief, to where when we say stuff like this, they get so like it's like wait a minute, where you getting this information? They're ready to attack you because they've been led down such a a deep tunnel of lies to where when you hear the truth, more of a truth about it, it's hard for them to accept. So I mean, I get it, because I mean the media, I mean the mainstream media, that's their job is to steer you away from, what's actually going on because like you just have to accept the fact that, most governments are not really doing clear cut business. They're not like doing fair business, and that's
this is
what
this is major war crime. This is major, like in the future they're gonna call this a genocide. They're gonna call this a ethnic cleansing because that is what's happening. And it's crazy how like always recent history is always controversial. Like they can't never call it for what it is until time goes by. But I'm gonna call it for what it is. It's an ethnic cleansing. It's a genocide, and it's been going on already for 8 years. Russia said enough is enough.
Yeah. I mean, and that's in his region because I mean, like I said, this is like big story for even us right now. But like even over in Africa, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on. I mean, shoot, you talking about human trafficking and stuff like that. Libya was, that's one of those things that it's a lot of those people were turned into slaves after they got rid of Gaddafi. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure that's how,
Libya is a mess to this day.
There's always, yeah, it's still, yeah, it very much so. And these people who live very peaceful and bothered nobody is now being, harassed daily for the last few years. I say few years, but it's been almost a decade or more than a decade since all this has been going on, and they're still disrupting the lives of those people. I speak of them, Yemen, Palestine, like all these countries where there's a bunch of stuff that shouldn't happen. If it wasn't for evil regimes or if you just unfair regimes that think that they should be able to control things, or when they see something going on too good, hey, we just need to go on and mess it up because they can't stand to see peace. What you got there? Is this
It's
like
a
a
clip.
tomb?
Yeah, it makes me sad. I ain't gonna lie, bro, because I know for years, and like you guys, people are gonna be mad at me for saying this, but for years certain people has been having access to inside some of these chambers. And not only have they been having access for a long time, but they've been going in there and like changing shit, bro. So, but these guys, these are just some white dudes just roaming around in the fucking interior tomb. How the fuck did they get access to this? I'm gonna play it, but it's this is privilege times 1,000 right here.
All right, go in and I will take that torch. Thank you, sir. All right, that's all, sirs. Until the see. Go left. Go right. Let's for that thought. Quick video shot.
I don't know why the sound is weird. It's like the speed is changed, and they're speaking a different language.
This is some cool shit. So all solid stone and no material. It probably was stone hard sandstone.
No, I think he is speaking English. They're chopping it some kind of way. It's weird.
The lighting in this tunnel was
yeah, man, come on, bro. Somebody put that in there. That wasn't like, that wasn't before. Somebody built this. That's what I be talking about. Like they're doing that kind of shit. sacred temples and shit. They're going in these hoes and changing them. I'm telling you, bro. Like they're chipping shit away. They're building new chambers. They're doing all kinds of shit, and they've been doing it a long time. It makes me so sad.
Well, I don't know because I mean I've heard of a lot of these like the pyramids in of Giza and like these old uh pyramids they say had running lights in them that
Yeah.
you know
Well,
is
no. Yeah, I agree with. I'm not saying the Baghdad light bulb, but that lighting in there was not no lighting. That was some shit. That's what I'm telling you. That shit was fake shit. Clearly. Come on now. It was fluorescent lights and shit. That wasn't no lighting that was put in there by no Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that they couldn't have done that. You get what I'm saying? It's so frustrating to me to explain this kind of stuff. Because like I say, man, they just be changing shit and they be fucking with shit, and it's all just to cause confusion and rewrite history and shit like that, bro. So fucking frustrating. It's the most frustrating shit that frustrates me more than anything, is because they say history is his story, and that's true, and then it changes and develops, and what did they say? Napoleon said history is an agreed upon set of lies, a set of lies agreed upon. And I think all of that's true. All of that's true.
Well, hold on.
Wait, you want me to go
The
back?
last one it just said where the corporate media accused of cheerleading for U.S. escalation in Ukraine.
The mainstream media is repeating the same mistakes it made 20 years ago in the lead up to the U.S. invasion of Iraq, argued one critic. I would say that sounds about right. That sounds sounds exactly like what's happening.
What?
Let me read. What they say, history don't repeat, but it rhymes. Let me read this comments then, because it looks like they're breaking this down a bit. Let me read this. It says, so who is this? It says Common Dreams. I don't really know what that is. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, but that's who wrote this. It says, in the run-up to and during the Bush administration's catastrophic invasion of Iraq, corporate media outlets were accused of acting as stenographers for the White House, amplifying official justifications for the attack, which were lies, while stifling dissenting voices. That sounds very familiar right there. Today, go ahead. Go ahead. What you gonna say?
Well, no, I was just gonna say. I mean, you would think at some point people would start getting like seeing the rhythm of how they'll start to see the rhythm of the beat of the drum, because they're beating the same old beat that they've been doing over and over again. It's not like a new play, but since they keep getting over on the
keep getting away with it,
and
so they just
whoever,
they run that play again. They say like it worked last time. Okay, they run that 4-4. 4-4. Let's run that 4-4. Run the 4-4.
72. Right, like, bro. I mean, at some point, at some point, you gotta realize, like something has got to click in your head. That's like, wait a minute, hold on. This is exactly. Like it's just running the same old play, and then and if you keep falling for it, it's like, whose fault really is it?
Let me read some more. It says, today, having apparently learned no lessons, or the wrong ones, from Iraq, reporters for corporate newspapers and cable TV programs are yet again facing criticism for their coverage of a war, this time one in which the White House has vowed not to involve U.S. troops. During briefings held at the White House over the past week, as Russia ramped up its assault on Ukraine, correspondents have incessantly pushed Press Secretary Jen Psaki on President Joe Biden's refusal to escalate U.S. involvement in the war even further, questioning the administration's refusal to impose a no-fly zone and send MiG-29 fighter jets to Ukraine. And I saw a fucking clip of some damn planes moving. I don't know what that was, and then we sent a bunch of $1 billion. Maybe we just giving them the planes. And then they talking about American fighters because they said something about a plane getting shot down. So like they could be doing this already covertly by flying the planes themselves. And then it's their own planes that they donated to them. Anyways, that's the mind fuck, I think. But let me keep reading. It says, by contrast, very few questions have centered on the diplomatic talks between Russia and Ukraine and what the U.S. is doing to facilitate the ongoing negotiations. Even with this additional aid that you're providing today, it seems there are still other options on the table, ABC News correspondent Mary Bruce said during a press briefing Wednesday as President Joe Biden's authorized another $800 million worth of weaponry for Ukraine, including drones and anti-aircraft systems. So why hold back, Bruce asked. Why not use every tool at your disposal now to spare additional lives? When Psaki outlined the slew of measures the U.S. has taken in concert with Western allies to cripple Russia's economy and bolster Ukraine's defenses, and noted there are additional steps the administration could take in the future, Bruce was not assuaged. That's a weird fucking word, assuaged. But what are you waiting for, she asked. That line of questioning highlighted by The Intercept in one of two video compilations of recent press briefings encapsulated the approach much of the White House press corps has taken during the first 3 weeks of Russia's deadly assault on Ukraine. Dun, dun, dun. Somebody calling them out for their shit. Whoever this is got big donkey nuts. It's common dreams.
But I mean, I think at some point somebody with a voice really has to speak up if we're gonna do something about this, because I mean, if we keep acting like we're just dumb and don't realize what's going on and not asking the right questions to the right people, it's not gonna change anything. You know what I'm saying? So look, I'm happy for there being somebody close enough, because like I ain't gonna lie, for the most part I usually feel like these are plants, like the people that they allow in there to ask questions, or I usually look at them as just picked out of the it's like, all right, yeah, he's favorable, whatever, but all right, y'all can come in, and then pretty much everybody else is ousted because they might help reveal something that they don't want to be revealed. But I mean, which is probably still happening, but to some extent there's somebody who's still going to come in there and ask at least some good questions.
Yeah, I know. I know I bombarded you this week with fucking videos. This little headline right here says 700 U.S. billionaires got 1.7 trillion richer during the 2 years of the pandemic. A new analysis finds that 704 billionaires in the U.S. now own more wealth than the bottom half of Americans, roughly 165 million people. And I think it was the biggest transfer of wealth ever. I mean, I could read this, but y'all already know what it's going to say.
There was no transfer of wealth. I mean, the wealthier still is getting wealthier. It's not a transfer, in my opinion. A transfer of wealth is where the rich is spreading off.
Well, where do you think they siphoned
another group?
Where did you think they siphoned all this growth from, bro? The thing is, productivity, employee productivity,
from the same people that they always. They're getting richer from the same people that they've been getting richer from already. So it's not a transfer. Like, a transfer is something in a different direction. it's in the same direction. The wealth is still moving in the same direction. It's not a transfer.
Yeah, but I just recently, over the last couple years, they took an extra huge little chunk. They were just like, blah, give me that.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean, that's like, CRT. That's just like the wrong way to say it, because the
Yeah,
transfer. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean,
yeah.
but
And they
just
smushed out a lot of the middle class. Look how many small businesses went away that ain't coming back. Look how many mom and pop restaurants went away that ain't coming back. A whole bunch
yeah,
of businesses are gone. They're not ever coming back. And these were regular folks like me and you that own these businesses. They're gonna have to do something else. They're gonna have to figure it out. They might have to go back to work.
bullshit.
Uh,
Believe me, having your own business does not mean not working.
yeah, but you know what I mean by go back to work. Go back to work for some other nigga, like you. What if I said that you could? I mean, Pat, you could keep driving the car the same, but now you work for me, or you work for this nigga named Ted Bundy, and he taking a bit of whatever you're doing. You're still doing the same thing, but he taking a chunk out of it. What you gonna say?
Yeah, nah. Shit, where my pistol?
You ain't gonna be feeling that, bro. You gonna be like, hell nah, bro. But that's what would happen, right? Like, if they somehow squashed out your business, but you still have the skills that you have, and then so you don't have the opportunity to go back into business yourself. So you just go back into your regular business, but as an employee to someone.
Yeah, no, I mean, I totally get what you mean, and of course, with the way things are, because honestly, they're trying. That's who do you think they're trying to put the biggest squeeze on with fuel prices?
Yeah, the middle class, because poor people ain't even driving the cars; they on the bus
No,
and walking.
no. Listen,
The,
listen,
it's
l-
really
l-
it's really. Go ahead.
listen to what I'm saying. When I ask you who they're trying to put, we pick out one group of people that gets the most affected by fuel prices. Who do you think that is? Who
I would
buys?
say black.
Who
I would
buys?
say I would say black folks, just because of the like we were saying about the human trafficking. The most marginalized is the one that's going to be affected the most. You know what I
All right,
mean?
all right. Well, all right. Well, let me slap you
What was your
around a little
point?
bit.
Yeah.
Truck drivers, who
Okay.
we buy more fuel than anybody.
Okay.
Independent fuel. Because you know what I'm saying. Like we buy more fuel than anybody. Like I buy at least 100 gallons every day,
Yeah.
and when it goes from you know $300 fill ups to almost like in some places up to $600 for a fill up. You're doubling. That's a whole double down. They're making twice as much as they were before
But it's
on
just
the
that's
people,
what's
like, because
happening. What I mean by the transfer, because it you like you said, it don't really affect you because you just charge it to the customer or whatever. And so, but then that's where the people may have the excuse about the inflation, like they just gotta add it to the prices. It's like everything costs more now because it costs so much more to move anything from anywhere, from one place to another. So with that price tag that's on it from moving it from one place to another, now that's why you got to pay more, and then you got to pay more for gas because it costs more to move the gas from one place
well,
to another. This is just like a never ending like cycle of fucking
well,
inflation.
one of the things that I'm finding, one of those things that I'm finding is that when it comes down to it, like the market creates the pricing. So even though I might charge more, I can try to sit back and not move my truck, or I gotta make it an agreement that is try to be as fair between both me and the shipper. So because they still prices is, if I'm charging too much for whatever product they're trying to move, and I need to keep moving as well, I gotta find some middle ground. So I'm not making you know uh, like this astronomical amount of money because the market, like in the beginning of it, it was like, okay, no problem. We just need to move the stuff. Like right after Christmas, this all, like they were paying some crazy prices, but now it's getting more kind of almost back to where it was. So I'm not making, crazy money. You know what I'm saying? Shoot,
But
going
I
from
think those
let's
prices.
give a number of.
I don't think it's real,
Now I was
bro.
gonna say like
I don't think it's real. I don't think because when you say the market, you know, determines the price, and that's what they teach us in economics. But I think that's a lie. I think that's a lie. I think that these big companies go and sit down together. They have a Zoom meeting or whatever, and they crunch numbers and they decide on those fucking prices, bro. And it's not really like the natural
but
market working. No, I don't think so. I don't believe in it no more. I used to believe that's
no,
true,
see,
but I don't
no,
think
I mean,
so.
people, people and their action is what moves the market. So, you know, either way, whether you're saying it happened the way you did, like whether somebody's sitting in a boardroom or, whatever way you think it's happening, I mean, for you to say it's not real is to go and, you getting some kind of secret price that everybody else is not getting. You know what I'm saying? Like you actually still paying $2.50 a gallon while everybody else is paying $5. Like I'm not really understanding how you say that it's not real because
No, no, no. I don't think that
it
there's a.
is happening. It
I
is
don't think that
happening.
there's a person. I don't think that there's a person that's benefiting as far as like that. Like you have a loophole like that. No, I think that these people determine what the price is behind closed doors. Not, it's not happening naturally. It's not like a. It's not a natural market. It's not a free
But
market.
what are they? Because see, there regardless, there has to be a basis in order for them to be able to design any, like to say, okay, this is a number that we're going to use and run with. Is it just something they pulled out of their ass, or is it
Whatever.
based on
It's based on
calculations?
their calculations, whatever calculations they have. You know what I'm saying? We'd have to be in the boardroom with them
Yes, but
to answer that question. It's whatever fucking agenda they
but
have
you
and
have to.
whatever profit model they have, whatever fucking what do they call it? The mission statement they
Well,
have, nigga. That's we need to know their mission statement
yeah. Well, I
to
mean,
answer that question.
because I mean, I agree with you up to a certain extent because I mean, I guess the wording maybe, I don't know, you mean something other than what you actually said because it's real. I mean, it's not like, because now, yeah, can they conflate pricing, just because, hey, you know what, we want them to believe this or want them, what, we just gonna rob them blind. Yeah, no, somebody can actually be doing that, but to say that this is not real in my eyes is to say that, I've been, when I go, it's some kind of, when I pass by the fuel, going past the fuel stop, and I look up at the big sign and it's give one price. When I get there, that's, what I'm saying, like maybe you see a different price when you get there, or
No, that's not what I mean at all.
yeah,
I understand it's real and it affects people. What I'm saying is the actual inflation, the actual, market reacting is not
yeah.
is artificial.
Well,
It's
no, but
artificial.
yeah, I mean, yes, to an extent, because I mean, honestly, our president wrote an executive order that really pushed the prices up. I mean, when you really look at it, that's what it boils down to. Like
Well,
he
I
controls
don't.
prices. Like
He could do something.
Subsidize fuel. He could subsidize the fuel if he really wanted to help the people out. Let's just say, just like they subsidize all corporations. It's like, all right, look, you know, we're buying the fuel from somebody who's asking way too much, and we know it's gonna be too much for the people. We're gonna, you know, we're gonna sell it to you exactly for what we get it for, or something. You know what I'm saying? But either way, there is something that could be done about it, but they're not going to subsidize the people. They're going to subsidize corporations and make sure that the corporate, because I mean that's what it's built around. It's a corporate entity that's looking for the
and looking out for the corporations.
The,
and so I agree with you that that Biden could do something, but I wouldn't put too much blame on him or too much, you know, power in his lap. You know, I really think a lot of this is out of his hands. He probably not even invited on that Zoom call. The Zoom call that determines that shit, that nigga not on that Zoom call. He not on that Zoom call. That's crazy because, see, people like to say, you know, the president of the United States, most powerful man in the world or whatever, one of the most powerful men in the world.
No.
I mean,
I don't believe it.
You can argue it. You can argue it. But like I said, I'm willing to, you know, this is me speculating, of course. I'm speculating. But I'm willing to bet that Biden ass ain't on that Zoom call, the one that determines what the fuck, you know, the prices be on shit. He not in on that Zoom call.
No. Well, I mean, he's probably, and I believe I don't think he's actually in on the on that meeting, that call or whatever it is. But somebody made a call to him and said, "This is what it's gonna be." And yes, sir, boss. And,
that's how it goes. Yeah,
he writes.
Yeah, you're gonna write the check. He's like, hey, can you write this check to such and such and such? The pen already in my hand, man. Let me hurry up. He probably get all coherent and moving all fast. He be moving all slow in front of us. When them people tell him to do something,
you want me to write that?
He probably be doing backflips in his office.
You want me to sign that with a gold or a platinum pen?
You want me to use my blood? Wait, I'm already bleeding. I'm using my blood, bro.
I don't use my quota. Yeah, I'm on my quota on my blood right now. I don't.
That's funny. What? So out of the videos that I bombarded you with this week, which ones was the most, you know, impactful to you? I know.
Let me be honest with you.
Yeah, be honest.
Let me be totally honest. This is this week I had to decide that I needed some freedom. Like I couldn't, you know, like
I overloaded
I still do the show. I can give my I watched some. I don't remember.
Whatever you watch.
Like, a lot of stuff has been getting clouded. I got too much information going around in my head, bro.
I know. Like, that's what happened to me this week.
It was gonna end up being. It's gonna end up being a lot of you know, that overload. And I was like, all right, you know what? I watched some, and I don't even remember which ones it was. If I see it, I'll be like, oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I saw that. You know, but
because I know I hit you with a lot of shit, and my brain is fried too. I'm all the way fried, bro. But it was a lot of really good information and history and shit. Let me play this clip right here.
Black activists on the streets saying we're not a monolithic people. You know, just because he did it, we don't have to do it. He's wrong. All of you should play as a team. Even if you don't like something that the group is going to do, you should play along with the team, and so you got team power. Wealth and power follows the numbers. You haven't got a lot of blacks with you. You're not pooling your money, pooling your votes, pooling your attention, pooling your interest, pooling your labor. Then other people will pick you clean and church. It's not the money. It's a culture that we're raised to buy only from our own people. We want to work for our own people. Chinese say we're never hiring the black folk. You're never going to go to a Chinese restaurant or Chinese anything and find black folk working there. We only hire our own people. We only buy for our own people. We only support our own people. You black folk will buy from any and everybody because you don't have a code of conduct. It doesn't mean anything to you. That's why you all can't get ahead, because you don't play as a team. You all play as individuals. And you listen to these black activists on the streets saying we're not a monolithic people. Just because he did it, we don't have to do it. He's wrong. All of you should play as a team. Even if you don't like something that the group is going to do, you should play along with the team, and so you got team power. Wealth and power follows the numbers. You haven't got a lot of blacks with you. You're not pooling your money, pooling your votes, pooling your attention, pooling your interests, pooling your labor. Then other people will pick you clean and chair. It's not.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, I mean, he has a good point. I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I can really debate that. Because I mean, I enjoy Chinese food. I enjoy, how I am about pho. But is it because I don't want to build up, Black America, or help the black, I don't hate people that way to where, but I do love myself enough to say that, okay, if this is what we got to do, but we need more. We need a lot of people that's gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I guess the problem is. A lot of us that do want to see a change, it's like, okay, I'm gonna follow suit and do all this and that, but we already know that 70. If we can get 30%, maybe that would be a good start. But 70% are gonna still be like, look, I want my J's. I want, I want this. I want that. Whatever. I don't know. Do we even have a big enough infrastructure of our own things?
Nope. But we can build one
to just do this.
We could.
No,
we
of
could,
course
we
we
could
can,
create
and
one,
that's where
and
I
it
think
probably
that,
could happen overnight, bro. Like, if we work together, I think that's what he was trying to say. It's so hard to get niggas to work together, but I think it's natural.
I mean, look. I've tried it. I've tried it a lot of times when they saying like, that's all. This is the route we're gonna go in, but then it's like,
I know
a week goes
it's so
by, 2
hard.
weeks go by, and everybody around you is like, they
No
didn't get the
longer.
message, or they're willing to argue with you about, how foolish it is for you to say something like that.
It's so annoying. But look, what I think is this was programmed into black people here in the States. That diaspora, and niggas always want to argue to diaspora. It doesn't matter, bro. Like, as far as like Africans, the ones that was imported or not, Native Americans, Aboriginals, people that are in Jamaica, Haiti, Dominican Republic, really dark, brown people, Belize, Honduras, Guatemala. These are really all the same people. Venezuela, Brazil. How come
Americans?
And that's my point. And how come we can't have this idea, or why is it so hard for us to imagine this idea of this, shared experience of blackness, and support each other in that way, instead of saying, oh no, he's African, or he's Jamaican, or he's Brazilian, or Dominican, or whatever the fuck.
Well, I think that is where we might mess up with when it comes to the nationalism, because we, like, everything that they've done to separate us, we follow right into it, and now we separate ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, like that just like somewhat like the point you was expressing, like, you get to South and Central America, these people don't even call themselves Americans. They're, whatever the identity of that country that they come from, whether it's Haiti, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Venezuela, whatever country that it is, that's what they identify with more than anything else. And, because I mean, that's one of the reasons why we saying like this whole Pan-Africanism, or even, because I say Pan-Americanism, but if we were more on the up and up, where we looked at each other as an asset to each other, we would have grown so much like a long time ago. But because of the power structure, a lot of times that's what they follow. They want to be where that money is right now instead of having a vision of where the money can be. You know what I'm saying? Because I love Jamaican food. I eat hate. If it comes down to it, yeah, I'll just, instead of choosing to go to the Vietnamese restaurant or the Chinese or whatever, I'll go to one of our people. If we could combine ourselves that way, but
And look how
I
the
don't know, man.
look how the Western world, if you want to say, reacted to the Ukraine situation, and how they all just kind of came together, And it's really,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, y'all, but it's racist. It's like these European white folks, you know what I mean? Like, hey, y'all can't be doing that to them or whatever. Whatever the situation is, this is how they're looking at it, right? Without the intricacies of it. Just from the outside looking in, simple and plain. Oh, them white Europeans, bro. Come on, dog. Y'all can't do that to them. That's not cool. You know what I'm saying? And then they all band together. But why come the black students, the African students that still stuck in Ukraine, how come there's not like a response from like the diaspora, to not only just the outrage, but also like making moves and create? That's where we need an infrastructure. We need an infrastructure that can combine the sentiments, because I'm sure that those people who are in Jamaica or Haiti or Venezuela or whatever, Guatemala, Honduras, Belize, I'm sure they're just as outraged and pissed off as I am that these African students are still stuck in Ukraine, and not even their own country is coming to their aid. You know what I'm saying? So how come we can't create some kind of infrastructure where we can have a power, a voice, a might that can really make a difference and put pressure because we need to see ourselves in this common, this common experience of blackness that we have had.
Well, because I mean, look, of course, the corporate structure does have everything in place, because like when I go into a truck stop to grab me my waters and snacks or whatever, they ask me, do I want to put my the rest of my change, make it an even amount and send the rest of the change to Ukraine. And like, okay, why is there not some kind of effort to send some kind of relief to Palestine or to Yemen? Some of these countries, I can't remember all the names of them, but it's like all kind, like at least about at least six different wars that's going on in different parts of Africa. Like, if that's the case, we could be doing something to help people that look like us, because I mean, we really follow the blueprint of what
Yemen,
what these folks are
Eritrea,
doing.
Egypt,
Eritrea, yeah.
Eritrea, yeah. More and more names, yes, having major conflicts in Africa, similar to what's happening in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And then the coverage of that, and people watch that and they're like,
going on there,
man, yeah. Well, that's not the one thing. I mean, there's more drama happening over there too, but that's just what they focus on. They're focusing on that over everything else. It's more important because these are white Europeans. They look like us.
Yeah. Yeah. It's sad, really, when you think about it. But yeah, I mean, we do need to figure out a way to structure more of an infrastructure for ourselves. We just as Black Americans, we have enough money that's going through our hands more than like some of these full out countries have. But the selfishness, I'm just saying, there's a selfishness that's in there that You know, they don't really care about anybody else, but they will dig in their pockets for Ukraine or France or, you know, when it comes to one of those European countries because they got somebody making you feel sympathetic to that. But you got your own people. Like, I mean, shoot, there's Africans here in America that's like, they don't really care about what's going on over there either. They
And
they
so,
might even have cousins in the middle of some of that stuff. They actual blood relatives that might be dealing with it, and they just totally like, oh well, screw them. I mean, look, I'm not there. Look, I'm here. I don't care about what everybody else is going through.
yeah, it's crazy. And you know, the title of the show is like, is it 2022 or is it 1922? You know, I feel like we're going backwards. Did you see the stuff about the abortion and all of that stuff? Like, you could be
No,
raped,
we're at a
incest, all that
standstill.
shit.
It's not.
No, it's going
Say
backwards.
that again.
They was, you know, incest, rape. They was like
Well,
that shit was.
I guess if you're not moving forward, I guess you are moving backwards. So
Yeah. Let me see. Since I brought it up, let me see if I can find that. I don't remember when I was watching it or where I even saw that, bro. Like my brain is fried. Let me. I'll come back to that. Did I play this video? The one about
Hey, everybody.
America needs to admit how racist it is. It was
yeah, I think
John.
we touched on that a little. Well, I know I watched this.
But did I
don't
play
know.
it for the show? That's
I don't
why my
remember.
brain is so fried, bro. I've seen so many videos and I do so many shows now. It's hard for me to keep up. I need to do a better job with that. I don't know what I've played and what I haven't played, especially this week, because I watched so many videos this week. I did so much read so many articles and shit this week that I don't know what I played and what I know what I've seen, but I don't know what I've played for y'all. Damn, that fucking sucks. I hate to be repeating shit, but you say you remember this video, right?
Well, I know I watched this.
I'm so excited.
Because he's got his friend on there, and I've seen his face before. I can't remember his name, but he.
Yeah, I don't know who he was either, because I recognize
they
his face
kinda-
too, but I don't really know him. It says Brian Stevenson, but I recognized his face too, but I don't know from where.
I think he might have done some news before, like
Some kind of broadcast news, some kind of major news show back in the day.
yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah,
I hope I haven't
but
played
his
this.
face is very familiar.
But let me play a bit of this because America does need to admit how racist it is. Let's talk about
the podcast this week because my friend Brian Stevenson is going to be joining us. Brian, how are you? How nice to see you again. How are you?
I'm well. It's great to see you too.
I probably should. I have a room very similar to the one you're in with a lot of books that
and beaten, and yet they still went. And you think about that, or I've been thinking about that just because I've been here every day for the last couple of years. And it's made me even more energized and committed to try to do the work, we're trying to do.
It's amazing work that you're doing. Is that what inspired you to get into it in the first place? When you talk about the kind of legends of Alabama and Montgomery and Selma and all throughout the South and the North, and the abolitionists, what was it about them that so inspired you? Was it that sense of the dignity of nonviolence in the face of violence? What got you in the first place?
Yeah, I definitely think it was their sense of mission and purpose that they did things that they didn't have to do for themselves, but they felt obligated to do everything.
Right.
And that really did motivate me to see both civil rights activism, but in particular the law and the rule of law as a tool for advancing the rights of disfavored people, marginalized people who lived in spaces where they were unseen and unheard. And I've been even more inspired by it, as we've gotten deeper into this work.
I'm struck by, you tell a story like that and you sort of expect, we're going to trot in the
the 98-year-old old grandpa, years ago. I mean, you're a young man. The fact that this was occurring in the United States, even within your lifetime, and that the law was a necessary lever by which you had to force people to allow that, I think it's shocking to people.
It is shocking. And I think that's one of the mistakes I think make today is we don't understand how we are in the very early days of a post-apartheid era in this country.
Mhm.
I mean, African people came here over 400 years ago, and throughout most of that history, they were enslaved, they were terrorized by lynching, they were legally segregated and barred. We're in the very early days of this post-apartheid era. I'm not 100 years old, but when I was born, many states in this country banned interracial marriage. And you could not go to public schools. You could not go to the movies in interracial settings. And we're just beginning to reckon with that history. And the critical thing, of course, was the laws changed in the 1960s, but the thinking has still not changed in a lot of spaces. And so we're still wrestling with all of these dominant attitudes and ideas that have dominated American history. So you're right. We're in a very early phase of this period of time when it was legal to exclude people based on color and race.
Brian, you're dangerously treading on critical race theory, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave the room right now. We're going to have to shut this down right away. This brings up an interesting point, Brian, because this is, we just taped an episode for the show on race. The idea being, after George Floyd, there was this idea of, we're going to have a racial reckoning, as though that was, a shock to the system for Americans of like, hey, do we have a racial issue in this country? It would just appear to everybody, and white people very clearly were like, I think we're going to sit back and listen. It's time. And so we just ran sort of African-Americans saying pretty much the same thing from 2020 all the way back to Frederick Douglass. I mean, basically the message is remarkably consistent over time. And it's not a question of it not being said or people not listening. There are structural and emotional things in place that are preventing the dominant culture in America from accepting either responsibility. I don't know if it's resentment based on an accusation that seems attacking your morality. I don't know if it's resource guarding. The faces of the white people that Ruby Bridges faced when she went to school, and the faces of, the Little Rock kids when they went to school, and the faces of Boston busing, and the faces of Upper West Side sophisticated liberals when their school is being integrated. Man, it's the same face, and it's the same anger, and it hasn't changed. Where do you see, how do you begin to not just legislate, but make real progress beyond that?
Yeah, I think it's an important insight, John. And I think you've characterized it really effectively. We have never really contended with the narrative of racial difference that we have all inherited. If you live in this country, you live in a space where the air has been polluted by, contaminated by these narratives that have been shaped over centuries. And it doesn't matter whether you live in Boston or Alabama or Los Angeles, no matter where you go, you're in a space where there are these narratives that undermine our ability to look at each other in a healthy and whole way. And some people have argued that at some point they'll dissipate, but I don't believe that. These are the kinds of contaminants that you have to address. And I think we're in this place because we haven't talked about things we need to talk about. We've had this evolution of history, but we actually haven't had a conversation about this narrative of racial difference, this narrative of racial hierarchy that we were given. We've never really talked in this country about the fact that we're a post-genocide society. I think what happened to indigenous people when Europeans came to this continent was a genocide because millions, tens of millions were killed through famine and war and disease. And rather than talk about it through the language of genocide, we created a narrative of racial difference to justify all of that death and violence. We said those native people, they're savages. And we use that narrative of racial difference to exclude them from the liberty and justice that we were codifying in our Constitution and Declaration. Then we use that same narrative of racial difference to justify 2.5 centuries of slavery. And the great evil of slavery for me wasn't the involuntary servitude and the forced labor. The real evil of slavery was the narrative of racial difference that we created to justify enslavement, because enslavers wanted to feel moral and just and Christian. So they created this narrative that Black people aren't as good as white people. Black people aren't fully evolved. Black people are less capable, less worthy, less deserving. And that narrative of racial difference, that was the true evil of American enslavement. And we fought the Civil War, and the North won the Civil War, but the South won the narrative war, because that idea of racial difference, of racial hierarchy, of white supremacy, it persisted after the Civil War, which is why I've argued that slavery doesn't end. It just evolves. It turns into a century of mob violence and
because
lynching.
The pathology within it has never dissipated. Brian, this gets to a great point. Maybe this could be instructive. I can walk you through some of the pushback that occurs when that's brought up. And this is something that happened on the show we did. And I want to get your opinion on the various levels of push. I call them the butt people. People that watched what happened to George Floyd and said, oh, that was terrible. And it was either that's not all law enforcement, or he was a particularly, vagrant and drug addicted fella, and all the buts that occur from, and I'm not talking about the extremes of the country, the Tiki Torch marching, Charlottesville, Jews will not replace us, folks. That's not really why we can't get racial progress. Racial progress strikes me as the majority of white people that consider themselves moral, slavery is not on their hands, certainly. So I want to address the things that come up. So first and foremost is always, we don't have slavery. We don't have segregation. So we've knocked down those barriers. So why are we still talking about it? It's a meritocracy.
Yeah, and I think it's important to kind of frame things in ways that people can understand. But the truth is, we still do have a very segregated society in this country. We never did address the legacy of 100 years of disenfranchising Black people from the end of the Civil War until the 1960s, even though we have a constitution that guarantees the right to vote to every American citizen, even though it was illegal and unconstitutional, we allowed Black people to be largely disenfranchised for a century. We allowed Black people to be pulled out of their homes and beaten and drowned and lynched. And you didn't have to participate in the mob to be responsible for that kind of mob violence, because everyone in America was comfortable in abandoning the rule of law while thousands of Black people were being lynched and terrorized. And the demographic geography of this country was shifting, right? The 6 million Black people that fled the American South, that went to Cleveland and Detroit and Los Angeles and Chicago, went to these communities as not as immigrants looking for new economic opportunities, but as refugees and exiles from terrorism. And we were comfortable with all of that. And then when we passed the laws in the 1960s, we said, we're done. And so the reason why we are still dealing with it is because we haven't reckoned with the damage. And this is the thing that's so perplexing. American society is a society that believes if you hurt someone, if you damage something, you owe them a repair. You can't damage my car on the interstate and then just drive. It's a tort. It's a tort.
It's driven. That's our entire legal system.
If you go to,
is based on harm.
It's based on harm. Law school is dominated by courses on remedies and repair, et cetera. But in the context of civil rights and racial justice, we have never talked about repair. We just said to those states that disenfranchised Black people for a century, don't do that anymore. I wouldn't need to be a criminal defense lawyer if our notion, after you commit a crime, burgle someone, rob someone, is that you go someplace and they say, don't do that anymore. We won't accept that.
It's illegal now, so you don't have to worry about it.
And that's the harm. I think that is the reason why
So you there, Pat?
Yeah.
I think he was making an argument for reparations there, without saying the word reparations.
Well, even because I mean, one of the things is that reparations is so many things, because I mean most people look at reparations as, you know, getting some money, or even just land, which, you know, yeah, that's part of it. We do want tangibles, but at the same time you got to think of, you know, putting a band-aid on a bullet wound. I mean, if you're not going to stop killing, you know, if you have a police force that can, you know, choose, hey, I'm gonna kill this person today because I know I'm gonna get away with it, you're not really fixing the problem.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different areas where this has to be addressed, because, you know, without the money, without the land, without, you know, actually, you know, set asides, there has to be a change, an actual change in the law, and show where people who are breaking those laws, those people get reprimanded, those people get punished for, you know, injuring another human being. You know what I'm saying? That's where I think, you know, a lot of that has to really happen, because I mean, you know, to me, like, you can run through some money. You know, I never really, you know, gave so much a care about, you know, the money, because I get it, and I, you know, if I when I run out of it, I know I can go get some more. But one thing that is, you know, really hard to find, or you know, a resource that's hard to get, is justice. So
Yep.
that's that's kind of my thoughts on that. So yeah, I
Or
think this
even the
conversation.
feelings. I think we have to talk about trauma too. You know, we got to talk about trauma. You know, and anxiety, right? Because even just like, you know, being the guy that I am, square guy with nothing on me and no illegals, no priors. Every time the cops are behind me, I'm nervous. Every time I see cops, I'm nervous. You know what I'm saying? They're not even looking at me. You know what I'm saying? But my heart rate then rose. You know, I'm scared. You know what I'm saying? That's a trauma.
I'm scared.
I'm scared, bro. And that's, I mean, it's funny, but it's not, because it's like you're going through this all the time. It's a constant trauma. You know what I'm saying? You're always worried about that. And then it's kind of like another part. Let me talk about another part of that. You know, I try to be, I'm an academic, and I try to break into the professional world. But and I've applied to lots of jobs. But my name is Chaka, Chaka, and that's on my applications. I've been thinking about, and I did draw up some applications. My middle name is Ben, and I was just trying to see if it was going to make a difference. But what I'm trying to say is that, you know, besides that feeling that I get whenever I see a cop, I also have that pressure of whenever I'm trying to look for a job, you know, I'm a black
Is it
guy.
just Ben,
And
or is it Benjamin?
no, it's just Ben. It's not Benjamin, it's Ben. Ben.
Okay, I look, you know, that would be a great social experiment. Honestly, like, I would, you know, it's not like you're lying. That is your name. You know, that's
Yeah.
what you choose to use. You know what I'm saying? That would be a great social experiment to see. You know, shoot, well, you've already put on a bunch of uh, applications in with Chaka, but just say you put in 10 or 20 with, you know, one name, and then you know, of course, do the reverse with the others
I
and
want to say I've
see
already drawn
what
up a
percentage
resume
gets the
with that
most
name,
responses.
because I really think that my name has been having an issue on some of the, you know, and so, like, I wonder about people, like, you know, it's like a lot of people feel like the racism thing is not really real. It's like, okay, slavery is over or whatever, but your name is Todd, or your name is Jason, or whatever the hell it is, and so, but then your name is you know, you know, and then you look at the Asian people, they do the same thing, like they name their kid, you know, Tim, or, you know, Charlie or whatever. They try to give him Todd or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, you ask yourself, you have to ask yourself why that is, you know, and the power of that, you know what I'm saying? And like, you know, so like, as far as reparations, you know what I'm saying? And addressing shit, like, how would you address that? So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm losing my point, but what I'm trying to say is that there's trauma involved in this that is to this present day, and it's as a result of this non-reckoning with this situation. You know what I'm saying? You know, pretending that it didn't happen.
Well, I know that because I mean, my mom told me directly that was one of the reasons why I got the name that I got, that she gave me, was so that I would be able to get a job when I was older. But I think at the same time, I mean, when your dad gave you your name, or your mom or your dad, I would say probably more so your dad, it was so that you wouldn't rely on them to employ you. So I mean, it just really depends on your perspective, how you see it. But you know, I know it does make a big difference. Like, I mean, I'm gonna tell you, I get interviews. You know, when I was in the job market, man, I get an interview like bam, bam. Like, say, bro, I'm gonna tell you, look, I've never been able to collect unemployment because by the time all that process goes through, I'm working again. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm quick and easy. So I mean, if you know, but that's the ability to at least get the interview, because a lot of times people don't get the interview because of what their name is, or you know, them looking at your name, you know, Tyrone Williams, they're gonna, oh no. Don't want a Tyrone around here.
Pimp named Slickback. Pimp named Slickback.
But when you hear, because I mean, you hear Patrick, because I mean, you know, Patrick Anders, that's, I ain't gonna,
sounds like an upstanding fellow to me. Let's bring him in and talk to him. He sounds like an upstanding citizen.
Yeah, and you know, like, I mean, and of course my personality has won a lot of battles for me. You know, I mean, when I'm in your presence, a lot of times it's, you know,
but like you say,
it's kind of hard.
The problem is getting in front of their face. You know what I'm saying? Making it that far. That's a real trauma, bro. That's a real trauma. And then showing up to the interview and them looking at you and asking you questions. I fucking hate interviews so fucking much. I hate them so much. It's like a.
But yeah, but I mean, if you think about it, to an employer, especially, you know, a white employer or whatever, you know, not that they necessarily are racist, but sometimes they're like, wait a minute, hold on, I don't want nothing too pro-black, like, you know what I'm saying?
I'm
like,
telling
I don't
you,
have a
bro.
problem with black people or whatever, but certain names is gonna be like, oh nah.
And I interview poorly. So I'm probably gonna say the wrong thing too about something if they, because I try to be honest all the time. So if they ask a certain question, then I'm gonna answer it. They're gonna be like, oh no, we ain't. Be like, Malcolm X or MLK? Malcolm X. Oh no, we can't fuck with this nigga.
You need to go through my training. Yeah, you see, I need to train Ben. I need to train Ben for some interviews.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind sneaking in on a little low corporate job. Yeah, I wouldn't mind sneaking in on a little low corporate job. I ain't gonna lie.
Talk to Chaka.
I would stack my money up. I know how to. I know how to manage my money now.
For Ben.
Yeah, but like I say, bro, if they be like MLK or Malcolm X, I'm gonna be like Malcolm X, bro.
Yeah, but another thing that I think, how is your credit?
My credit, man, it's looking good. It's looking a lot better. They keep sending me. All my mail is credit card companies trying to give me credit cards. Like every single credit card company is sending me, like damn near sending me the credit card in the mail. Like, and I have one credit card that I use, and it's with my Chase bank through Chase. I don't know what the fuck the name of it is, but it's a Chase credit card or whatever. I think it's a Visa, but that's the only one I use. But I've been getting fucking bombarded with credit card things. So I think my credit has been going up.
I've been avoiding them. I probably will start, because I mean people are telling me that I should use their money instead of mine.
It's tempting as fuck. Like I'm thinking about like a $2,000 limit right off the bat. You know how people do, and I already have like a credit card. So like I say go ahead and to 2,000. So go ahead and just get the credit card, pay off my whole credit card debt that I have on my other card, and then just pay the minimum of the second credit card. Fuck
no.
I ain't gonna lie. I've been thinking about it.
I'm gonna tell you.
Now I pay my credit card, but that's probably why they sending it to me. Because I pay the money back because I feel like I'm paying money to myself. Because when I pay that credit card bill, I have access to that money. So it's kind of like I feel like I'm paying the money to myself because I can go back and use that. The same money I just paid to the credit card company, I can go ahead and spend that because my credit limit is going to be there. So, that's just how I see it.
Well, they're offering me, I know that they're offering me like 25,000 and 15,000. Different ones offer different stuff. And like the one I took was one the Capital One. I got one that's like $4,000. And what I do, I set up my bills on it. And I pay my, I would have to pay my bills every month. So I use the car.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I use the car, and then just like I would pay off,
you pay it into the credit card.
I would just put it back toward the credit card. So
and it just keeps building credit. And I've been doing that too. Same kind of thing with the credit card, the one credit card that I have. So I'm not gonna fuck around. And they keep raising my what do you call it? Credit limit. They keep raising my limit with the card that I have. So I don't see no reason. Yeah. Just keep doing what I'm doing with this card.
And then the thing about the one, because I actually applied for the one, Capital One, and I, of course, I kind of lowballed them. I didn't tell them exactly how much I make, I think I put maybe half of what I make. So, and that's what got me to $4,000. So, but Chase, when I set up my business account, they was like trying to give me money right then and there. Like, I don't know what I would have qualified for, but I think, based on the fact that I got to keep a $2,000 minimum in the savings, is like, already kind of much. But however, which I'm thinking about trying to find another bank to deal with on.
Because I know there's $2,000. That's that limit. Because with Chase, with my bank, if you have more than $2,000, it's pretty much no fees for your account. Like it's basically free. But if you drop lower than that $2,000 in there, then you start having fees.
Yeah, I mean it's a $50 fee or whatever.
Whatever it is.
That's about but I mean I don't know if every time it goes under 2,000 that's $50.
Yeah, I don't think it works like that. It has to do with the
overdraft or something,
prorate or something, like because like you don't have no fee for the amount of time that you have that amount in your account. So it wouldn't be no $50, but still. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know what my point is on that with the banks, but freaking that would be cool. That would be a cool reparations, would be a bank that's free for black folks, no fees, and no like whatever.
No, I honestly, bro, I think we should be as far as I don't know, maybe it's going too far, but I think we should be put on a what do they do when the animals get to be kind of small, like an endangered list? And if you harm one of us, then
that's a new show.
Go ahead, Pat. My bad.
No, I'm just saying, like, if they considered us like an endangered species, and anybody that harms us gets like the maximum penalty.
Yeah, something like that. That would be cool too. I mean, well, just some
That's
kind
kind
of
of
way to
wild, because I
fix.
mean, because that's
Because what you said was heavy at the beginning. You said that like, okay, you could give them the money or whatever, but like, how are we gonna deal? All the rest of the shit. So they gotta find a way to reckon with it. You know what I mean? They gotta fix, like, as far as like the cops killing them or whatever. Like the whole attitude, the whole culture needs to change. Like that's not no small thing. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a huge like movement. And then I think we're going in the other direction, and that's my point of naming the show today, because I feel like we're going backwards, and the fascism is like taking over. Like, you know what I'm saying? The racism, the tribalism taking over.
well. I have to agree, because I do believe if you're not moving forward, you're moving backwards. I mean, yeah, some people might be at a standstill at times, but we're not really seeing the growth that we should. I mean, the fact that racism really still exists is just it's insane. I mean, but this is something that's perpetuated generation to generation, and we don't have enough people that's saying like this. Look, this is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we allow the rich to continue to, rob us of all our money, and they don't care what color we are when they do it, but they still have us pit against each other, where we getting angry with each other because we got, oh damn, they got the job. Well, yeah, we all trying to get a damn job. You mad at me because they hired me and not you? Who made the decision? You know what I'm saying? We both in the same boat. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And I think they're gonna
and for
push
people
this
not,
thing off for so long. They're gonna keep kicking this can down the road. That not only is all black people gonna come together, but it's gonna be all like, people are gonna come
everybody.
together around the
Yeah,
world, and they're gonna
I
fucking.
think so. Say, bro. No, when I saw it, because I don't know how widely it's going around like Mexico, but they're like, dude, like we fought together. Blacks and Mexicans fought together in the war against the native people. Because regardless if you like, what's his name that we just listened to before this one, um, but he calls us native blacks. But I mean, regardless, like the people that was here when they came, because the Mexicans were darker people too. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's
Like
the
they
same
they
people, and I
got
be screaming this. I really
switch.
hope that
They,
people.
they,
I wish they would stop. It's Jamaican, Haitian, Honduras, Belize, fucking Georgia, Florida, Texas, Louisiana,
bro.
Alabama. Nigga, keep going down the list. These are the
Say, bro.
same fucking people. God.
America. Say, bro. Everybody that's close to the equator,
Mexico.
whether you're
Yeah.
here in America, in Africa, like it doesn't matter. You're darker people, and which to some extent it don't matter. But once the Portuguese came, the Spanish came, and all that, and they infested, or I say infested, but
Created this
like
division.
they
It created this division. It created
it
this
wasn't just.
different.
Well, I'm just saying, not just the division, because I mean, in Mexico, you have to look. There's a big thing in Mexico of the grandmother in the closet. If you look that up, you'll see like a lot of these Mexicans that pass for white right now are, their ancestors just a few generations ago, to maybe 3 generations ago, at the latest, uh, and before were usually are black, and that's why they hide it. A lot of them
And
hide it
and
because it's like a
and and,
shame
and
now.
and that's what I be trying to say about them lightening up, and that's what I was telling you before. And you were saying that you couldn't really understand that concept of the lightening up that happens and has happened and is happening around the world. Um, because of the parents, right? The parents are mad at you if you can't
Yeah.
marry no black guy. You can't marry no guy that's darker skinned than you. You know what I'm saying? We can't have no brown grandkids. And in a lot of countries and a lot of cultures, they have that particular attitude. And that's how you lighten yourself up as generations go by. You
Yeah.
understand? Does that make
Yeah.
sense? It's
No,
super
I mean,
simple.
I get it, and I mean, I've actually seen it. I'm not sure what you're saying because maybe I had a different argument at the time of, because I mean, of course, to me, it doesn't make sense for people to do that because I mean, whatever color you are, that's what you are. I mean, why? How can we be angry at what God made you? Like whether it was a rape by uh, a slave master, or if your grandmother chose to be with somebody of light skin, like it don't matter. Like it really
And
shouldn't matter at
and
all.
and, and like I said, if you've been in the United States for more than a couple generations, you definitely all mixed up because everybody was fucking everybody over here. And then, like,
Don't
St.
be from
Patrick's Day just
Louisiana.
passed. St. Patrick's Day, right? And it's like the white folks, but the history of the Saint, the Irish people, I think they were black, not that long ago. It was only a few generations ago, I think.
No, it's bro. I spoke to somebody. No, you know what? I was talking to my cousin about this earlier because I was listening to this guy yesterday on YouTube. He got his own little YouTube channel. I don't really want to say his name, but I didn't like how, like, because for one, his terminology, because he says he called them indigenous to Ireland, the Twa people. He called them indigenous to Ireland, and in the same sentence, he's saying calling them Africans. I'm like, dude, how insane can you be to say that somebody's indigenous to one land, but they're Africans? It's like it doesn't work that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're indigenous to a land, that means that that's where you're from. That's where even like your ancestors and all come from. If they immigrated, that's the one thing. They immigrated from Africa into Ireland. That's a different story. But if you're gonna call them an indigenous to Ireland, okay, look, they were Irish, regardless of what color they are. You don't have to go back and try to, say that these people were Africans just to be able to tell people that they were dark skinned. You know what I'm saying? Like it's insane. Like that's in the same conversation of calling, you know, uh, Black Americans, African Americans. It's like, dude, you can't, be from two different soils at the same side at the same time. You can't be from Africa and America. Those are two different continents. Continents. It's just insane to even put those two together that way, but people do it. You know what I'm saying? It bothers me. But that whole idea of people, the St. Patrick's Day and people celebrating, like, you have to kind of really forgive most of the world because they don't even know what they're celebrating. Very few people probably really know what that what really calls St. Patrick's Day.
Well, damn, perfect segue, bruh. Because Doc just sent me an answer to what you just said. So let's find out a little bit about. It says, did St. Patrick wipe out an African pygmy tribe, the first inhabitants of Ireland? This is an article by.
Did he?
It's
That's
Snopes.
but this is
Hey,
something that the Vatican gave him sainthood over, killing off
yes.
a bunch of melanated people.
Well, disclaimer: the site is Snopes, and people don't say good things about Snopes, but let's see. It says a long-standing theory of ancient Irish history describes the genocide of the Twa Pygmies, a purportedly the original source of the leprechaun myth. It says, oh, is that it? St. Patrick led the genocide of a contingent of Twa Pygmies from Central Africa who were the original inhabitants of Ireland. That's it. Oh, wait, is there some more? In the summer of 2019, we received renewed inquiries from readers about an unusual interpretation of the legacy of St. Patrick, one that claimed the patron saint of Ireland was responsible for the genocide of an African tribe who were purportedly the original inhabitants of that island. They keep saying just like what you're saying, like it keeps on twisting my brain too at the same time, because it says an African tribe who were purportedly the original inhabitants of that island. Okay, so it's an African tribe who were the original inhabitants of the island. So that's still kind of like what you're saying. Like that's like, wait a minute, are they African? Are you get what I'm saying? How long have they been there?
Are they really original? Are they really original to Ireland, or are they from Africa at some point?
Yeah, how long have they been away from Africa? How long could they, are they immigrants? How long have they been there if they're the original inhabitants? That's confusion. Let me read some more. But that's exactly what you're saying. Wait, can y'all hear me? My mic did something weird. Yeah, you can hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. But yeah, bro, it's totally insane, man. Like, how can either the Africans or the Irish? Like, just tell me, like, even though I know the history, but because of what they're saying, it's just like, look, you know what? Let's pump the brakes for a minute. What are you actually saying? Because honestly, when it comes, because Africa is not the original name of that continent anyway. I think that was one way to be able to give people a name, and that's another way of calling them slaves. Like taking ownership when you give somebody another name, because that name came from someone else, and I don't think it was Africanus. But however, I think it was actually a female that Africa got its name from, an actual female. But either way, you can't keep giving double negatives, or saying that this, these are the original Irish, and also saying that they're African.
Yeah, that's confusion. Let me read some more. It says the theory has given rise to many memes and social media posts that in recent years have been shared widely, especially around March 17th, the feast day of St. Patrick. The memes are often accompanied by images that appear to show white men posing with African pygmies. A typical version of the meme claims the Twa Pygmies of Ireland, the original inhabitants, the source of the leprechaun legend, when you celebrate St. Patrick's Day, the celebration of their genocide. And it says that, the theory is not backed by any historical evidence, and as a set of factual claims, it can be dismissed. One prominent historian told Snopes it was simply complete nonsense. The origins of the Twa theory of the Irish prehistoric are not entirely clear. However, it appears to be informed by what is sometimes referred to as Afrocentrism, an approach to historical study that emphasizes the role and achievement of African people in the evolution of Western civilization. The theory also seems to be influenced by euhemerism. See, whenever people start using words like that, like, bro, I read a lot. I don't.
What is it? What is it called?
It's euhemerism. Euhemerism. Like that, I don't think I've ever heard that word before, you guys. And I read a lot. Okay, it says an unusual stand of pseudo history.
Heroism?
No, it's euhemerism. That's got to be the way to pronounce it.
Are you reading that from the screen?
Yeah, I'm reading from the screen. It's on the screen right now.
Are you reading it from the screen?
Yes,
I'm
yes, I'm
trying
reading from the
to.
screen. Look, I'm highlighting it right now. Can you see it? It's probably small. I don't think I can make it any better. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to spend a bunch of time on it. I'm just it's a retarded word, bro. Like I'm fucking read a lot, so there's no point in spending a lot of time. Like I say, I read a lot, and I have never seen this word. So whenever whenever I start seeing words like that, I'm already be like, okay, come on, man.
Euphemism.
Let me read
I
some more.
gotta
It
look
says,
that up because I've never seen it before.
an unusual strand of pseudo-history that was particularly popular in the 19th century. It says the Twa or Batwa are people indigenous to the Great Lakes region of Central Africa. They are sometimes referred to as Twa pygmies, an anthropological term denoting their relatively short stature. That's a little bit off there, I can say. Although some exact details are lacking about the life of St. Patrick, it is generally accepted among historians that he lived in the 5th century AD, grew up in Roman-occupied Britain, probably in Wales or west coast of England, was kidnapped as a boy and taken to the island of Ireland as a slave for 6 years, then returned to Britain. He trained as a Christian cleric and went back to Ireland as a missionary. Wow, this kind of sounds like the Jesus story. Stop it, please stop it. Let me keep on reading. One of the legends attached to Patrick is the centuries followed his death was that he banished the snakes from Ireland. This is not based in fact. No fossil records have shown that snakes were ever indigenous to the island of Ireland, and the myth was likely a metaphor for the Christianization and decline in paganism for which Patrick and other early Irish saints are credited. Now that makes sense. There goes some sense making right there. The earliest archaeological evidence of human habitation on the island of Ireland dates between 10,000 to 640 BC, blah, blah, blah. No evidence exists to show that Twa pygmies settled the island at any point in history, beyond which it makes little sense to imagine that a traditional hunter-forager people that emerged from a landlocked Central Africa would have had the geographical awareness or technical knowledge to construct sail ships thousands of miles northwest. There goes some bias right there. Let me highlight this right, Kai. Okay, bro. Like I said, I read a lot. So this phrase right here, it says, beyond which it makes little sense to imagine that a traditional hunter-forager people that emerged from a landlocked Central Africa would have had the geographical awareness or technical knowledge to construct and sail ships thousands of miles northwest. Okay, let me paraphrase and translate that for you. Ain't no way in hell them niggas could have did that shit. Ain't no way in hell them primitive ass, stupid ass niggas could have did that shit.
but that's the thing. Like, it is very much possible because I mean, for thousands of years, Americans and Africans were sailing back and forth from from America to Africa. I mean, like it's been happening for thousands of years, if not longer. So I mean, I'm not gonna say you can't say that that's just impossible. It's just that you look down on a group of people so much to where you think that you're actually smarter than them, where they probably way smarter than you. But at the same time, a lot of this, what you're hearing, are people that actually are wanting to protect Europe so badly that they don't want to even give the idea that black people were the owners, or I don't owner is a bad word, or not a good word, but they were the people who lived in those regions. I mean, like some people really got to get past themselves, because I mean the whole reason, like all those castles and like the reason why Europe is as big as it was. I mean, Africans fought over Spain and France and all these other places because those are places that they inhabited at one point of course, it got too cold for them, and they might have went south, or they went across. Like, people weren't just stuck to one place. Just like we move around now, you know, they've always done this. It's not like it's.
I was
And
reading
plus,
something about people moving into castles too, because that's really interesting. The idea of, the castle already being there and shit. So I read some shit about that. Let me read the comments. Doc says, okay, we have to remember the legends of the dark elves and dwarves that are based in Irish legend. Yes, and that was based in racism, and they was really talking about niggas.
leprechauns.
They was all talking about niggas. Those were all derogatory like terms for black people. Let's read this. This is the next comment. A common Druidic symbol from the Vikings is the Ouroboros, or Ouroboros, a snake eating its own tail. Midgard serpent could be the snakes he banished. Oh man, that's kind of
No.
deep. And then
Say, but when you go into, if you study any kind of Masonic, if you, because that's the thing, like symbolism.
The snake eating his tail is a very popular symbol that's been used around the world by and so, but it has a lot of meaning. But then what you're saying could be true though, because talking about the saints, that's talking about Catholicism moving paganism out. That's what it is. And we talked about state religion before, and that's what that is. Yes, I think you touched on something right there, Doc.
Yeah.
Let me
I
read.
mean, because and you got to think about it, the snake eating its tail usually turns into a circle. A lot of times that means, like, when you go into a full circle, that's 360 degrees of knowledge. So that's letting you know that, whoever these certain people were, it was just the people with the highest knowledge. So you really have to,
They knew some shit if they use that symbol. Yeah.
I mean, even when you see, like, for the doctors, when you see the snakes
Yeah,
going
there.
back and forth on around the staff, that's really when you looking at either DNA, the form of DNA, or even the spine.
And the snake represented knowledge in the Bible too, because it was like they bit from the tree, and the serpent was telling them stuff and told them that they was naked and all this stuff, and like the way religion makes you look at it is like that's a bad thing or whatever, but basically it's telling you that that's knowledge. And I mean, it's really simple. You know what I'm saying? Straight up knowledge, like information. Let me read another comment. He says, Euhemerism, think of that word again. Interpretations of myths as traditional accents of historical persons and events. Like that's sorry. Even the definition is like that's like word salad. Interpretations of myths as traditional accounts of historical persons and events. I get what it's saying. Interpretation of myths as traditional accounts of historical persons and events. So it's like making something that's like not true, but trying to say that it actually happened type shit. But
there are some historians.
Scratch that word right out the dictionary. Garbage. Throw it in the trash.
Yeah, but no, listen. There are some historians that will tell you that the myths that we've grown to learn and hear over the years or the centuries or whatever are more accurate than the history that we read in books today. And for whatever reason, I believe that.
Some of the stories, as far as the oral stories, some of them are better because whenever you got the written stories, you got editors, like we were saying earlier, and people make changes in translations and shit. But the oral ones be the best because they be told the same way that they was told by their grandfather, by their grandfather, by their grandfather. And they're really, really strict about not changing even like a syllable. You know what I'm saying? A lot of tribes out there do this. It's a very common practice. And that's what I be talking about, because the Europeans, the ones that were colonizing, they were like, oh, they don't have no written language. But see, that's how they didn't write down a history like that. They had these oral as fucking like history that they told, and it was really strict. It's really kind of spiritual too. It's like, you know, your grandfather told you, you know, and then his grandfather told him, and it was exactly the same. And you're supposed to tell your grandson that shit, and you're not supposed to change it at all. So yeah, some of those are more accurate, I think. Doc says, we are in my area of history. Now, the whole idea of using the Trinity was to make Christianity appeal be easier to accept for polytheistic believer pagans. Exactly. I hate
what was
words
the
made
original
up
Trinity?
to be on SATs. I feel you, Doc.
Doc, we
Ugh.
we all know what they made the Trinity into. Does he know what the original Trinity was?
It's man, woman, child. That's the way I see it. Life forever.
Yeah,
Right?
I don't see it. I figured you might know, but I was saying,
Oh, my bad.
I
My bad. I
was
spoiled
asking, I was asking Doc, but yeah,
My bad. I spoiled it.
it's all, no, it's all good. But either way, yeah. I mean, the whole idea was to strip the world of matriarchy, where matriarchy gave balance to the world. Like that's all it really was, because you know we reverenced our women much higher than they did. They wanted to do everything opposite of what we were doing, and that's really where their mess up was. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
But
Doc, let's educate the audience more over here. So, let's talk about this a bit more on this time. Isn't this around the same time of the what was it? The when they had those meetings, I keep wanting to say Versailles meetings in Versailles, something like that. Like what's his name? Constantine, right? And so, you know, what we're talking about is the saints coming in, and they all have these stories. And even in Mexico, they have these stories of the saints coming in and driving out the snakes and stuff like that. And then it's like religion, like we were saying before, it's like for little kids. It's like drive out the knowledge and put them back in a box. You know, drive out the snakes, bring in the saints. You know,
yeah,
and don't worry about nothing. Jesus or Saint Mary or Saint Joseph or one of them gonna take care of things for you. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, what was the one where the dude the played the flute, and I think at one point it was like they took the flutes, played music, and ran the snakes out of town, and then
Right. The Pied Piper. Ain't that's the same story? That's the same story they were talking about. I think that's the same story.
okay, yeah, that's what I'm
Ireland.
saying. That's
Yeah.
so running the snakes out of town meant what?
Well, just what they
Symbolic,
said.
symbolic.
Symbolically, drive the knowledge out of town. Bring in the saints.
Exactly.
Elliot
We
say,
prefer murderers and killers here in this town.
yeah. No,
Get that old spooky.
y'all got circular snakes on your. Y'all got a snake that eats his own tail on your flag. Like, nah, we're not feeling that. That's blasphemy.
The dragon. I mean, but look, I mean, a lot of a lot of the countries, I guess continents. I mean, you really look at Asia, like you got to think, what's the reason for them to use that dragon with no legs and no tail? Like it was a higher knowledge that they're, I guess celebrating, and shoot, they're still on the old calendar. I mean, we should be
Let me read
going
the
into.
comments. Elliot say Isis, Osiris, and child. I believe he's talking about the Holy Trinity, but that's still the same thing. Elliot, Father, Son, Child. It's just Osiris represents Father, Mother. That's all. Just giving him a name.
Yeah. Yeah.
The
Mother Claus.
Doc says Pied Piper is a German fairy tale. So there goes Doc fact checking me again. Thank you. Because I was thinking about Europe because they said like driving, but it's still the same story. Wait a minute. Is it different? Wait a minute. This one was rats. Was it the rats? The Pied Piper. Yeah, it was like
there was
an
probably an
infestation.
epidemic. Yeah, there
Yeah, it
was
was an epidemic of I want to say clear that up, Doc. Clear that up for us. Pied Piper story.
Because it's been so long since I heard it, and that's why I'm like trying to piece it together.
My brain, you know, I read a lot, so just like when people be talking about like stuff, my brain will mix up a story from the Bible with a Stephen King novel. I'm telling you, and the stories are blend together back and
Yeah,
forth.
I ain't gonna say, bro. I do that sometimes too because like I never can remember any verses or whatever. I can bring up a reference of what something I've read, but like at this point, I think I've read so many different things like in a short period of time to where it gets jumbled all around. So don't feel too bad.
To me, they're all stories. So one story don't really have more value than the other.
It doesn't really negate it.
It's what you can get from it. You know what I'm saying? You know, maybe the value you give one story over another one is what, how much impact it had on you or what you learned from it, or you know what I'm saying?
But we're talking about life. We're talking about something that repeats itself, and it kind of just goes in cycles. So I mean, sometimes you're really talking about the exact same thing, and you combine the story because of the relationship to the story. You end up somewhat combining them, but it's mainly because it is the same story. It's just that they.
And you got to wonder about people's inspiration, because when I read fiction, I read, like science fiction. So, they had to have some inspiration from somewhere. And it's like, and a lot of times science fiction is really just trying to show a reflection of our society present day, even when it's all like futuristic or stuck in the past, or even when it's in like a fantasy world, it's still trying to give a commentary, a philosophical commentary of our world that we live into today.
Look, I forget the name of that science, but there's an actual science that is built around for people who create like in movies and things like that, whether it's set in current time or the past, the future, or whatever it is. They're gonna always put the symbolism in there that really projects. Like you have to pay more attention to the symbolism than you do, just looking at the movie for entertainment purposes. Because one thing, they have to tell you the truth, but they don't have to do it directly. They can give it to you in a passive way, indirect way. So
right, they have to have your submission, and that is very heavy, bro, and very deep. And I don't think people understand that, man. It's like that shows where the power is too, because that's one of their rules. That's how they move. I've read that shit a long ass time ago. Like that's one of their, like that's a pillar rule, like that they won't break.
We see it in the news every day. They can't lie to us, but they have a way of telling us what's going on without telling us the full truth. Like there's a lot of context missing in just our regular news or maybe even TV. But they will, like in most cases, if it's a TV show or movie or whatever, there is some symbolism there that's really to open your mind to what's really going on. If you study the symbols and you understand what these things mean, it'll open you up to understanding the world way better than you ever have.
Yeah, so stop trying to be so superficial. Let me read it. Doc sent me the Pied Piper of Hamelin. So the Pied Piper of Hamelin, also known as Pan Piper or Rat Catcher of Hamelin, is the title character of a legend from the town of Hamelin. Lower Saxony, Germany. The legend dates back to the Middle Ages. The earliest references describe the piper dressed in multicolored pied clothing, who was a rat catcher hired by the town to lure rats away with his magic pipe. When the citizens refuse to pay for his service as promised, he retaliates by using his instrument's magic power on their children, leading them away as he had the rats. This version of the story spread as folklore and has appeared in writings of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe and the Brothers Grimm and Robert Browning, among other. And I've read some of those authors' names, and I like some of their stuff because it's like dark and like that like really crazy, like get high and read this shit type shit. There are many contradictory theories about the Pied Piper. Some suggest he was a symbol of hope to the people of Hamelin, which had been attacked by plague. He drove the rats from Hamelin, saving the people from the epidemic. The earliest known record of this story originates from the town of Hamelin itself, depicted in stained glass window created for the Church of Hamelin, which dates to around 1300. Although the church was destroyed in 1660, several written accounts of the tale have survived. So, okay, that clears it up. It was rats, not snakes, and it was out of Germany, and it's kind of like the same story, kind of right? Because and then it's like they said it was on the wall of the church, so the church wanted you to remember this story. So why did the church want you to remember this story? What is the lesson that the church wanted you to get from this story? Multicolored pied guy, and then he took the kids away after they and then you know what, let me tell a story, y'all, about like the gnomes and the fairies. There was a thing back in the day where, people, they didn't have enough food or something like that, or like they didn't want the baby, they couldn't handle the baby, stuff like that. They would take the child and they would go and leave it out in the wilderness, and then they would make up these stories about it being, raised by fairies or take care of by fairies. They're with the fairies now and stuff like that. Like, it's a really cold history that happened, and this is in the same area, Eastern European area, where they did this thing, and that's where these stories came from. Anyways, that just made me think about that, because they were talking about the children. So like he was supposed to get rid of the rats. He got rid of the rats, and then they didn't pay him for getting rid of the rats. So then he took their children away. So then it's like telling a story like, okay, well, the children got took away by this dude that was dressed. He was dressed in multicolored. And he had a pipe, and he was singing it. He was playing on it, blowing the pipe. Yeah. And then the kids was just following him. We never saw the kids no more. Earlier, we was talking about the human trafficking, sex work, and shit like that. Do y'all see any connections with any of that?
Well, I don't know. The multicolors got me with the whole.
So what do y'all think? Let me read the comments right quick. That's why the phrase "question of your own free will" has carried power for thousands of years. If you read the originals, Grimm's Aesop fairy tales, pretty dark and fucked up. Yeah, I've read some of it. The medieval version of Dingo took my baby. Yeah,
but at the same time, I don't think that, because of course they think that, because they took the kids, that it was actually a physical thing, because just like right now, they're still in the minds of our children and trying to supplant different things in their minds that, they're not following the ways of their the parents anymore, is more so following, ideas of someone else. So you got to kind of look at it in that kind of context, because the story is going to say one thing, but you got to just take it deeper, because the very same thing, like they're playing the role of Pan right now. like they're trying to steal our children from us mentally. Steal their childhoods away. Get them. So it's a lot of craziness. I don't want to go too deep into that, but
And what you're saying is very serious, but I can't help but to think about the line, "A dingo ate your baby." What do you say? A dingo ate your baby. The Thornburns. What the hell the name of them? It's a cartoon, bro. Please, somebody help me. The Thornbergs. Dingo ate ate your baby. That was like the Rugrats. Was it related to the Rugrats? Damn it, I can't think of it. The Thornbergs. Anyways, a dingo ate ate your baby. Somebody out there help me, y'all. It's funny as fuck if I can get it. I'm sorry, y'all. It's not funny. I'm sorry for not being funny. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. Maybe it's a little slight funny.
Yeah, I don't know what it is that you're referring to. That's why I'm
Yeah, I can't even think of it right now. I'm gonna just move on. Invisible People. That dude's page is really good. Okay, we keep on seeing interviews with this dude. This dude is rich and famous now, bro. I was talking to somebody about it. Zelensky, president of Ukraine. This nigga swimming in dough. I was watching some video about it. He don't even know what to do with all the money, bro. He's swimming in cake, bro.
Where did it come from?
It's coming from all over the world.
Is this before?
No, it's since all of this because of the way the media has been portraying this whole crap for Ukraine. They've been getting money. It ain't just been like the billions of dollars that the United Nations or wherever it came from, the U.S. I don't know where it. I think it was a combination of countries, but that they've been getting because people have been doing their own fundraisings and shit.
Yeah, but the question that it raises for me is, what direction? Because I mean, some of these people know exactly what's going on, and they're funding or donating to the cause because they know exactly what's going on. What percentage of it are those people, and what percentage are the ones that are just clueless and don't really understand what's happening and donating to these causes? That's what I wish I had the answer.
It takes my breath away. It's kind of like the voting, how people vote against their own interests, like time and time again. And just like we were saying earlier in the show, it's the same play. They run the same play.
Yeah,
they run the same play, and then you vote against your own interests. They run the same play, and then you vote against your own interests every time. Come on, y'all. How many times they gonna run that play before you realize that they running the same play?
Yeah, because I mean, I'm like this, okay? Because there's some people that because I mean, reparations just got to happen for Black people, just so for that to be able to somewhat say, okay, there was some remedy for it. But they're pretty much giving reparation package to the entire world, but they don't want to fix the problem that they created in their own backyard. Like most people here in America are not getting along now because of the actions that they took then. You know what I'm saying? And of course, like there were times when we were coming together, regardless of what your skin color is, like we were all Americans. We were coming together, but then as soon as it gets to a certain point, it's just kind of like, oh no, I'll choose to hate them more. Or like I don't like. I mean, of course, I don't know the mindset of a racist.
It's hard to get into the mind of them. Let me read this. It says Russia claims taking Mariupol center as Ukraine calls for fresh talks. And let me say what I said way earlier is that Russia getting into this to put this to an end. They've been fighting over there for like 8 years. And like I said earlier, this is not gonna drag out. This is the United States is the only reason why, and United Nations and shit, their support is the Western support is the only reason why this is dragging on. This is not gonna continue. Putin got into this to put this shit to the rest, and I really think that's what's gonna happen. So it says Russia claims taking Mariupol center as Ukraine calls for fresh talks. So Mariupol is a major city over there. Now I'm not gonna act like I know the fucking geography of Ukraine, but apparently it's an important city, right? So let me read a little bit. It says Ukraine's leader. Wait, can y'all see this? I'm gonna share with you. Okay, yeah, I'm sharing. It says Ukraine's leader Zelensky made a fresh appeal for talks with Moscow Saturday, while Russia said its soldiers had entered the center of besieged port city Mariupol. As bitter fighting between local forces and Russian troops rages across the country, more than 3 weeks into the invasion, the two sides are already holding negotiations remotely. But so far, as in previous rounds, the talks have yielded little progress, with both sides blaming the other, and none have been at the presidential level. This is the time to meet, to talk, time for renewing territorial integrity and fairness of Ukraine, Zelensky said in a video posted to Facebook. Otherwise, Russia's losses will be such that several generations will not recover. Oh, this dude talks big donkey nuts talk. Russia offensive remains largely stalled, as U.S. defense officials said, with troops about 30 kilometers, 20 miles east of the capital, Kyiv, and facing heavy resistance. Now, the thing is that when they say offensive largely stalled, understand that Russia sent a very small number of troops. Like they haven't committed a large amount of troops to this. So they're getting kind of bogged down with those niggas that's, you know how they do with the guerrillas, and they get in they wedge themselves into neighborhoods. So yeah, it's good. It takes you have to go neighborhood to neighborhood. You have to go door to door to clear that shit. So yeah, that takes time. And the official added that Russian forces had made no further progress into the northern city of Kharkiv, which they have encircled, and that Ukrainians were also defending the northern city of Chernihiv. Britain's defense ministry said Russia was struggling to provide its forward troops with even basic essentials such as food and fuel because of Ukrainian attacks on their supply lines. I don't know that that's true. I saw photos of the long ass fucking caravan, the Russian caravan, and it's long as fuck, and it's unbroken all the way into Russia. So I don't think that's true. But Russia's defense ministry said Friday that the army and its separatist allies had made a breakthrough in Mariupol, which has been under Russian shelling for days, and were now inside the city. In Mariupol, units of Donetsk People's Republic, with the support of the Russian armed forces, are squeezing the encirclement and fighting against nationalists in the city center, the ministry said. The mayor of the city confirmed to the BBC that gun battles have reached the heart of Mariupol. On Friday, rescuers were still searching for hundreds of people trapped under the wreckage of bombed theater there. Let me read one more line. At the time of the attack, Mariupol City Council said that over 1,000 people were sheltered in the theater's basement when it was hit on Wednesday. Yep. Collateral damage. They're using the people as human shields. And that's what they do. That's what bad guys do. The Thornberrys, the wild Thornberrys. Thank you, Doc. I'm not just a weird nerd that nobody knows. You gotta go, Pat. All right, bro. Thank you for being here, bro. I'm not just a weird, nerdy weirdo that nobody knows what I'm talking about. Thanks, Doc. You make me feel less lonely. I have kids too, though, so that's an excuse. But I really like the Wild Thornberrys, bro. Like, Let's play the fucking trailer, bro. Let's see. The movie really fucking hit me. It had a good message and everything, bro. I've watched that whole like a million times, bro. Let me see. Can I get away with this? It's way in 2002. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Hold on. Oh, you still there, Pat?
I'm back.
Let me close some of this shit. Doc sent me the name of what I was trying to say earlier, and it's really makes me warm inside, bro. I'm a weirdo, and apparently Doc is too, bro. Air hug, bro. Air hug. It says this video cannot be played online. Hold on, let me see. They on some whole shit. Let's see. Can I play this? Go to YouTube. Give me a second, y'all. This is old as hell, 2002. They shouldn't give me a problem with this. Damn, it's been like 20 years. Can y'all please not trip about this shit right here? Okay, it's on the screen for y'all. Let me see.
On the plains of the Serengeti live two parents who talk to cameras.
If you're lucky, you might see a hyena.
A teenager
Excuse me while I go find a container for my joy.
who talks to herself.
Whatever.
A wild child who speaks his own language. And a young girl
Hey, Slowpoke!
with a very special gift.
Sometimes I wish I could just tell them I talk to animals.
No, then you'll lose your power.
Calm down, I won't break the rules.
Does your sister
Talk
always...
like a monkey, dress like a gig. Yeah, you get used to it.
He stuck a dung beetle up his nose.
Mom, Eliza went astray!
The plains are too dangerous.
Kayla, I'll be with them. You can trust me.
But when you live in an untamed world, the unexpected is just over the horizon.
Eliza! It's all my fault. We have to find those poachers.
Your intentions are noble, but you're just too young.
Tally is alive. Go save him, Eliza.
I'm going to find Tally, and you're not going to stop me.
Oh, yes, I am. That is so wrong.
Now,
I'll find you, Tally.
no journey is too far.
The monkey got to go to London.
Where's the bathroom?
You're standing on it. No adventure is too dangerous. The poachers at the river, and no risk is too great.
So, my little troublemaker, who told you?
To save a friend.
Who told you these things?
Wait! I do it because I can talk to animals. Oh no!
My children are in the jungle alone?
You don't need extraordinary powers to do extraordinary things. You did this with your heart. If this is what you can do without your powers, you have a greater destiny than I've even known. The Wild Thornberrys movie.
Donnie, it's no time for the wedgie dance.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. That movie touched the shit out of me, bro. Y'all, go watch that fucking movie. I don't give a fuck. If you philosophical and all, like, if you can see symbols and shit like me, you will see it and read between the lines in that story. And then it's kind of like having to do with the story of nature versus capitalism. And also it has the story of how, like, it was a shaman who gave her power, and she had a power to be able to talk to animals. You know what I'm saying? That was her power. And then she had a big heart for the animals. And that's the reason why she was given that power too. You know what I'm saying? And so she was trying to save the animals, and it was kind of like capitalism was like, you know, gobbling up the animals, kind of like, you know, and like this little girl was fighting against this big, huge machine, you know what I'm saying? and just to have the heart to fight. You know, I'm getting emotional. You have to read between the lines. Let me read Doc's comments. He says, Putin wants Kyiv is the capital of the former empire and the location of the data centers they want. They prove the Russian-Ukraine hacker debate. That's what he's screaming. He's saying that is what he's saying is that they're hacking and shit. They probably are, and you know he's been doing it for the longest over here. You know
He's good at it.
the powers they do it to each other. That's not like that. Just like that. Oh, but such and such did it. It's not that's not an excuse for anything. Like did it. So, but Ukraine. I think that he doesn't want to take. He wants to take Ukraine, but he doesn't want to add it to Russia. He just wants to bring it back to its civilized, settled.
I don't think he really cares about it like that. He doesn't want somebody that's an adversary to have land, be able to encroach a land right on his borders to be able to, strike on them whenever they choose. I mean, that would be foolish to see that coming and be like, oh, well, they didn't build this or do all this just to hurt me. Well, maybe they did.
Yeah. So, but what I'm saying is he's going to pull back. He wants to establish order. I think this is my speculation, you guys. Hey, I'm just a guy. But I think that he wants to establish order. He doesn't have ambitions to annex Ukraine to Russia. He wants the Ukrainian people to be free from this infection of Nazism, this infection of fascism. And Russia has a history of fucking dealing with fucking fascism. And the United States has a history of coddling fascism. And I gotta keep saying that over and over and over again because it's happening right now in real time.
Yep.
The media is coddling the Nazis. Meanwhile, Russia is trying to get rid of them. And then they get the whole Western world on their side and got you sending them money. This guy who don't like black people, black people is sending him money by the truckload. He like, thank you. Don't bring your black ass over here with nothing. Oh, you know what I'm saying? But thank you for the money, though. Let me read this tweet. Brian Tyler Cohen. While Trump was president, every Democrat voted for $2 trillion CARES Act, even though doing so helped Trump. While Biden is president, 0 Republicans voted for the $1.9 trillion American Relief Plan because hurting Biden is more important than helping Americans. I don't know how accurate all that is because that has a little bit slanted, but yeah, overall, true overall. I don't know, bro. I have to say again, it's funny how, the media went from Corona to
War.
Ukraine. World War III. And then the show we was watching and how this vindicated Rachel Maddow and them because they've been screaming Russia forever. Russia. Now they got there. They finally getting there. So yeah. So Doc, you're saying Rachel Maddow is right. You're saying you agree with Rachel Maddow, bro. Do you agree with Rachel Maddow? Oh, I saw some horrible shit. Oh, this is it right here. Oh, fuck. Trans swimmer Leah Thomas, 22, blows away competition to win 500-yard freestyle at NCAA championship. Where crowd goes wild for seconds, places winner on podium. Thomas says she ignores criticism in post-victory interview. So this is a trans woman, meaning biologically cis male, who beat all the women in the swim competition and won a freaking big ass competition. Broke like records and shit for the women's competition. Oh, bro, like, I don't know, like, y'all want to say politically correct or whatever. I think even transgenders will be on my side with this and say that you ought to be ashamed of yourself, bro. You ought to be ashamed of yourself to go out there and compete with women who were born women and you were born a male, and go out and compete with them and break these women records and shit like that, bro. You ought to be ashamed of yourself and go sit down, bro. You get the award for the biggest shithead. How about that? Don't have nothing to do with your sexuality or gender identity. You're a douchebag for doing that. Let me read some comments. It says, so if I identify as an owner of all the land stolen by Europeans in Africa, could I get back and distribute it back to all the indigenous peoples? That's a good question there. So look, the next comment says, that's a boy. And that's all it says. God forgive me. The next comment says, shout out to the crowd, LOL, because this isn't even fair. It's cheating. Another comment says, I don't care. There should be a line there. It's cheating. Good question, somebody says. We're living in ridiculous times, man. So this is so unfair. Cheating. I cheer for the second place winner as well. Big up the crowd. Glad the crowd has some sense. The crowd ain't buying it. So there's something. Let's see. It's here.
Reasoning with everything. I try to ignore it as much as I can. I try to focus on my swimming, what I need to do to get ready for my races, and just try to block out everything else. What did that race mean to you? It means the world to be here, be with two of my best friends and teammates, and be able to compete. Thank you for stopping by.
Wow.
So Leah Thomas wins the NCAA championship in the months. How have you been dealing with that and reasoning with everything? I try to ignore it as much as I can. I try to focus on my swimming, what I need to do to get ready for my races.
And I'm willing to bet, like I said, I'm willing to bet most of the transgender community would agree with me, bro. Because people are people. What your sexual preference and your sexual, like your gender identity, you know, a human is a human. And we all have certain ways that we look at shit. Fair is fair, fair is fair is fucking fair is fair. You know what I'm saying? To all fucking humans, whatever skin tone you have. And like I say, we be talking about on here, Pat, and we be talking about these universal principles. You know what I'm saying? Basic universal principles that apply to everybody on the goddamn planet. You know what I'm saying? You know, basic decency type of fucking shit. And like I said, I don't care I'm willing to bet that the majority of even transgender people are going to say, yo, that's fucked up, bro. You a douchebag for doing that.
Some of them do.
You know, let me read a couple more comments and I'm going to wrap as far as this topic here. It says, I don't care. This is wrong. Her body is not the same as theirs. Where are the trans WM pro sports athletes at? It seems to be WM athletes that have the advantage. If it was, okay, male to woman, I guess it's saying male to woman athletes. Okay. If it was equal, we should see competition on both sides. Not the case. The trans community should always be respected and supported. When will we learn that men and women are different? This is completely unfair to the biological woman who spent their lives competing. And I think that wraps the fucking point. No offense to anybody out there. Fucking fair is fucking fair.
Shot.
Yeah, you gotta get out of here.
Yeah, man. I gotta go.
All right, man. I thank you for being here, like always. We're at 3 hours too, like it's almost 4 a.m. But I'm gonna go a while longer for the fans.
Yeah, it's already past 4. Yeah.
Yeah, that I realize now. That's another reason why you be tired too. You be in different time zones and fucking
Yeah,
changing
I go through daytime saving what they call it daylight savings time
every day.
A couple of weeks, a couple times a week. Yeah, well,
every other day.
Yeah,
and your body shock. That's gotta be not good for your body physically, bro. Because thinking about like when they talk about plane people, what do they call it when you be taking jet lagged and shit like that? Like, when you be taking the planes and stuff like that, like that can't be good for your body physically, your health or overall health.
probably not, but I live on a 24-hour clock for the most part, and yeah, I gotta use that system when while I'm working. But y'all, I had fun. It was good. Y'all keep telling y'all friends about the podcast, and we're gonna keep doing the best we can to keep y'all informed.
Yep. God body journalism.
Yep. So with that being said, love and peace.
Peace and love, bro. Get you some rest, man. Eat some electric foods.
Yeah, I've been working on doing that more. So
and do some walking, bro. I've been walking in the park a little bit more lately, and I feel a lot. It gives you energy. Makes you tired, but it gives you energy.
I'm gonna try to. You know what? I'm gonna set my alarm and try to get me at least a good 30 minutes in before I leave out tomorrow.
Yeah, man, do it. Hold yourself accountable.
For sure. You help me keep myself accountable.
All right, bro. Because I'm gonna ask you if you did it too. I'm gonna ask you if you did it. I'm on the show. I'm gonna ask you on the show.
Well, it's all good.
All right, bro. Get you some rest, man.
All right, man. I'm gonna holler.
All right, bro. Peace.
Peace.
Let me read the comments. I think I'm behind. Putin is also the U.S. during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Putin wants them as a puppet state. His demand will be that Ukraine never joins NATO. I think you're right about that. I wouldn't disagree with that, actually. The narrative is not wrong, but it is wrong. No, you said I agree with her. Yeah, I said you agree with Rachel Maddow. He says, I just see that while the bullshit the media is pushing on us, as in pushing us towards war, is wrong. Putin is the bad guy. He said, I'm not going in, and he did. Then he said, I will stop in these borders, and he didn't. I applaud his efforts to reduce the devastation, loss of life, but he's still wrong. So, I mean, like, you could be wrong and right at the same time. And I be saying it all the time. You could be a good bad guy. You could be a bad good guy. So, I think Putin is a bad good guy. That's what I would say. I mean, call me crazy, because I think that sometimes you got to do bad things to get good results.
The truth is, everybody is going to hurt you. You just gotta find the ones that are worth suffering for. When Bob Marley said, if she's amazing, she won't be easy. If she's easy, she won't be amazing. If she's worth it, you won't give up. If you give up, you're not worthy. The truth is, everybody is going to hurt you. You just gotta find the ones that are worth suffering for. When Bob...
Yeah, that's pretty heavy philosophical shit right there.
They're offering $10,000 and no one will take it. Supposed to be on the way to Cancun.
Yeah, why do they put that fucking music in this shit? First world problems, bitch. I don't fucking sympathize with you. Let's hear Boosie.
On a bad day.
There we go. There we go. If he ever called you up and said, "Hey man, listen, let's just squash. We ain't got to do a song. We ain't got to do whatever. I just want to talk to you man to man, and I want to just talk about whatever issues you and I have with each other, and just work it out privately, without nothing public. Just him and you on the phone. Would you talk to him?"
I don't think I'll talk to him, bro. Like, I don't think I'll talk to him because I don't. Once I cross paths with somebody, I just leave it to be, and that makes it die down. I don't. Once somebody, that should be over. That should be over. But I wish him the best in his career, bro. Like I've been told in the world, I have no hatred towards him. I just felt he was doing a lot of stuff that was out of line, but I have no hatred towards him. I wasn't checking for Nas X, bro. I just, he caught me on a bad day.
There we go. There we go. If he ever called you up and said, "Hey man, listen, let's just squash. We ain't got to do a song. We ain't got to do whatever. I just want to talk to you man to man, and I want to just talk about whatever issue."
He say. So I guess he's talking about Lil Nas X. It says Vlad asked Boosie if he would take Lil Nas X phone call to work things out. He was like, nah, I probably wouldn't talk to him. I'm gonna just let things be.
People are born that way, and if they're born that way, guess who made them that way? God made them that way. So you got a problem with it, take it out with God. Are you saying God made a mistake? Is that what you're saying? Orthodox religious leader? Is that what you're saying? That God's a screw up? What kind of an insult to God is that? Do they occur in nature? They clearly occur in nature. Clearly. Who created nature? God did. So don't tell me, no, you don't understand. So we think a rabbi wrote this 2,500 years ago when we didn't know anything at all. And we thought that the stars were little pinholes that God created in the sky to let the light of heaven through. And I'm still believing that nonsense, and I'm oppressing people with it. I'm killing people with it. I'm ruining their lives with it because I'm saying you're sinful. You're sinful for doing something that is 100% natural to you. There's nothing sinful about being gay. There just isn't. People are born that way, and if they're born that way, guess who made them that way? God made them that way. So you got a problem with it, take it out with God.
Yeah, I did a whole show about that topic. Y'all go watch it.
Слава нації! Україна понад усе!
Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава нації! Смерть ворогам! Україна понад усе!
Революція! Революція! Слава нації! Смерть ворогам! Нація! Батьківщина! Це Україна! Куди ніяк! Москаля, куди ніяк! Москаля, куди ніяк! Хто не скаче, той Москва! Україна!
ранку. Поговоримо. Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава нації! Смерть москалям!
Слава нації! Україна! 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 Це братні, злотні древні! Слава! 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 Новые фашисты растут. Новые фашисты!
Okay, I don't speak Ukrainian and I don't speak Russian, but fascism, Nazism, like that looks pretty apparent in this video from what I can see. From little old Chaka, King Chaka ENT can see. I see a bit of like, you know, fascism and shit in these clips, okay? So you know, what I was trying to say is like Ukrainian people I don't think are Nazis or fascists. I think fascism is an infection. You know what I'm saying? You get infected by it. Like the speech from the Matrix. It's an infection. It's a virus. You get, he says, it's the smell. It's the smell. I get somehow infected, corrupted by it. It's disgusting. So, you know, that's what it is. Nazism, fascism, it's a fucking infection. It's a damn mental illness, bro. It's a damn cultural fucking disease, bro. It's what it is. And like I say, I don't speak Russian or Ukrainian, but this video kind of, you know, it screams fascism. But you can see, like, even in this big clip right here that's playing, like, some people feel very uncomfortable. And like that guy, this guy here, and it's like the guy standing on and this lady, I think she's complaining too. Like, you know, look at this guy. He looks uncomfortable as fuck. Look at this guy right here. Like, damn, can I please just get off of this train? These crazy ass Nazi ass some of my bitches. Fuck. So yeah, it's not the whole Ukrainian people. It's a fucking infection. And it needs to be dealt with. No people should have to deal with that shit. You know, I thought that's what World War II was about, y'all. I thought that's what y'all was about. Ending fascism. Why do the media got y'all supporting that shit now? Crazy. How y'all let them do that to y'all? Am I missing comments? Let me see. He says Putin has a plan. He's a master strategist, a 40-year KGB agent, and a grandmaster chess player. None of this is an accident or a mistake on his part. And I would completely 100% agree with you there, Doc. And that's why they keep saying like Russia is bogged down or this or that. I guarantee you all of that shit was in his fucking part of the plan. Wait, what did this post say? Egg lied on Tory like that lady that lied on Emmett Till. What are they talking about with that? I don't really give a fuck, but apparently Megan Thee Stallion has been canceled. Whatever, y'all. On to better news. This stupid bitch. No way. What a dumbass.
Putin needs to die. Gas prices way too high. Vladimir needs to die. I'm the truth and the boo. Take my picture. I'm a winner. I'ma eat you for dinner. Okay.
They was like, okay, that's enough.
You know I grind inside. Gas prices way too high. Vladimir Putin needs to die. Gas prices way too high.
Okay. 99.
Are you fucking serious? We gotta play that again.
Price is way too high. Vladimir Putin needs to die. Gas price is way too high. Vladimir needs to die. I'm the truth and the boo.
I ain't gonna lie, it's kind of snapping.
I'm a winner. I'm gonna eat you for dinner. Okay.
They was like, okay, all right, that's enough. I ain't gonna lie, it's kind of snapping, bro.
Price is way too high. Vladimir Putin needs to die. Gas price is way too high. Vladimir needs to die. I'm the truth and the boo. Take my picture. I'm a winner. I'm gonna eat you for dinner. Okay.
He had to use the M word, bro. Oh my God, that is priceless right there, bro. That's worth the price of admission. If you guys stayed in the show long enough to see that clip right there, bro. That was definitely worth that was worth it right there. That was worth waiting an hour and a half to see that clip. OMG, bro. What kind of world do we live in? I had some other shit I wanted to cover. The show has already ran long though. I think we're inching up on 4 hours, I think. Let's hear Nancy Pelosi.
Ivano has been a very Irish part of our lives.
What?
Ivano has been a very Irish part of our lives.
What? She's a very smart person, so she's not dumb. So what the fuck does that mean? Let's read the comments. The first comment says, what does this mean though? Like, yeah, what do you mean? The next comment says, we need term limits. I'd agree with that. It says, disregards every single Irish American who came over here and helped build a country that didn't want them in the first place, were forcibly put into wars just like black people, and all their contributions to Pelosi's beloved government. All of that is bullshit compared to what Bono has done. Yes, Bono is the American Irish dream. Crazy. When are we protesting to get her to leave office? I'm reading comments still, y'all. Nothing. She's old. This is elderly abuse. Why can't these people retire? When are we protesting to get her to leave office? Nothing. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. Pills. Oh, that's fucking funny. Sometimes she do look high. I ain't gonna lie. Bro. Y'all know I watch politics heavy as hell. That bitch be looking like she buzzing. I ain't gonna lie. If she probably got some, whatever, she got the good shit in her purse. Fucking name brand ass purse. She dressed nice as fuck too. Look at that suit she got on right now. That shit is probably, I don't know, some name brand, I don't know. Some Italian fucking high-end shit, like more expensive than Burberry and shit. Like, I don't know those brands. Nico or something, like, what is it called? Bono, Pia or some shit. Like, I don't know those brands. Anyways, pills, that's funny. She looked like she be buzzing a lot of times. Another comment says, cringe. How is the person who's the Speaker of the House so bad at actually speaking? Unreal, we live in a damn bad sitcom. Yeah, it's like the one with it's like a reality TV show, but they're not telling all of us. It's like Candid Camera. It's like the Truman Show. Like we're all of us are that guy. All of us is what's his name? The star of that movie. We're all like him, and we just don't even know that it's like the fucking thing is orchestrated in the stage and shit. It says, it's the bucket list item I never knew I wanted. Pelosi Bono collab. It's breathtaking. Yes, queen. And that's why there should be term limits for all branches of government. It says, she doesn't seem right. What's the hell going on with this human? She clearly has a crush on him. Yeah. Does it make sense?
Your jacket looks black.
Oh, wow. What color is my hair?
I cannot tell you exactly, but I would guess brown.
Yes.
Thank you.
Am I wearing a watch?
Yes. My cameras detect a watch.
What color is my jacket?
Your jacket looks black.
Oh, wow. What color is my...
Sorry. You can smash out ears. I can't control the volume of these things.
Of Instagram over in Russia. Now, this is why I always say, I need you to get people off social media because this could happen at any moment.
It's time to get your own. You can literally build an Uber Eats app for your business, or you can charge other restaurants and
Hey, Rory. Some lady on the internet says you're cold. You should probably come inside. You're not made for this cold weather.
Nah, I'm good, bro.
You gonna come in?
I'm chilling, bro.
Okay, you just stay there.
Yeah, I'm good. Those are the
Hey,
dogs I
Rory.
like.
Some lady
You
on
know,
the
I'll be
internet
talking
says you're
bad
cold.
about
You should probably
dogs,
come in.
but I really love Huskies. And it's probably because they are some of the breeds that are closest to the wolves, right? Aren't they really closer than the, we bred out all the good stuff. The wolves are really smart, like really intelligent, those big dogs, those big, like the ones that they used to pull the sleds and shit. Like, I really love those dogs. Those are the coolest dogs. They're like another person. I ain't gonna lie. They're so smart. So smart. Alaska Husky named Cody. That's how I know. I know how smart these dogs are because I've been around them. And, like, it'll blow your mind how smart these dogs are, really. Like, if you didn't know. Like, they know shit. If they could talk, bro, they probably have a damn philosophical ass conversation with your ass. The philosophy probably be better than Plato. Nietzsche. It's like, you take me to your neighbor's yard to poop, and then you pick up my poop and you put it in your pocket. So as the apple falls from the tree at the same speed as the... Oh, boom, we was just talking about this. Are they gonna explain it? No, they're not gonna explain it. I might look this up. This is the symbol we were talking about earlier. Oh shit, are they talking about it? Let me start this over.
Light. A journey from your darkness into the...
Gangsta Bill.
The dark night of the soul is a journey into the light. A journey from your darkness into the strength and hidden resources of your soul. Caroline Miss. The dark night of the soul is a journey into the light. A journey from your darkness into the strength and hidden resources of your soul. Caroline Miss.
They're not explaining this symbol, but that was interesting though. Know thyself. You could take that from that symbol. What is this one? The one about Biden, him saying, yeah, I think he is a, let's see.
Oh, I think he is a war criminal.
Yeah, oh yeah, I think he is a war criminal. Oh, hey, some people think you're a war criminal. Some people think of Barack Obama's George W. Bush. Some people think Bush Sr. is a war criminal. Some people think Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice are war criminals. Some people think Hillary Clinton is a war criminal. Yeah, I'm not gonna touch that one. Too divisive.
Bow, 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 bow. Shot the nigga. Bow, shot his ass. Bow, bow, bow.
The debauchery, it never stops. Comes from all directions.
Came across the finish line, but if you think about some of the things that we said we would
Oh,
do,
I know what I want to cover.
you would do, you follow through. You look at Florida. We're a law.
This is kind of old, but let me see if I can find the videos about the abortion rights and stuff. There's a video floating around about how they were talking about incest and rape, and they were asking them. Let me see if I can find this fucking shit. I don't even remember where I saw this shit. I doubt if this pops up because the damn algorithm is gonna block this just because of the keywords. Let me see. 6 months ago. No, something happened recently. 3 months ago. There was a clip somewhere where they were I guess they were debating it. Fuck. Everything is 6 years ago. I got 6 months ago. But they was arguing that if the woman, even if the woman had been raped or had incest, the law still applies. And it was right here. I don't know where the fuck I saw that shit. And so, like, yeah, you know, do y'all agree with that? Like, do you not feel like that's ridiculous? Like she can be prosecuted for having an abortion if she got raped. This is old. I don't want to play no old fucking shit. Uh-oh, there goes my screen. Can y'all hear me still? Damn it. I'll look for a video and then I'm gonna reboot. I can't find what I was looking for though. I don't even remember where I saw it. I was looking at so much shit this week. And Doc, I don't think you saw us talk about the Hotel Rwanda thing. I was saying that the guy who inspired the movie, it got in trouble and they're like taking him to prison. So, and he's like a political dissident or whatever for that country, in Rwanda. The government of Rwanda don't like this guy. So it looks like they was just finding a reason to put him in jail. So it's looking like he's a political prisoner. Where the fuck is this shit? Oh, that's frustrating. Abby Martin. March 18th. Let me just play a bit of this just so I can try to get my shit together. Let me play this for y'all and I'm gonna try to get my shit together. Give me a second.
DemocracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Russia's widened its assault on Ukraine more than 3 weeks after President Vladimir Putin ordered its troops to invade. On Friday morning, Russian missiles struck an aircraft repair plant near the civilian airport in Lviv. The attack in western Ukraine came just 50 miles from the border with Poland, a NATO member. Russian artillery fell on a secondary school and a city cultural center in a town near Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv. That attack killed 23 people. Russian shells also triggered a massive fire in Kharkiv that destroyed one of the largest markets in Eastern Europe, killing at least 3 people. More strikes have hit the capital, Kyiv. In the southern Ukraine, Russian ships are shelling the Black Sea port city of Odessa in Mariupol. Officials say 30,000 residents have managed to escape, but more than 350,000 remain besieged without adequate. Far during Russia's assault. Among the dead, 115, and wounded, 115 children.
Much higher. Most of these casualties were caused by the use in populated areas of explosive weapons with a wide impact area. Hundreds of residential buildings have been damaged or destroyed, as have hospitals and schools.
Meanwhile, U.S. intelligence officials say more than 7,000 Russian troops have been killed during the first 3 weeks of fighting, including young conscripts forced into Russian military service. The House of Representatives voted overwhelmingly Thursday to sever normal trade relations with Russia over its assault on Ukraine and to further sanction Belarus over its support of Russia's military. The bill now heads to the Senate, where Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has promised a speedy debate. Meanwhile, President Biden speaking by phone with Chinese leader Xi Jinping today. Ahead of the talk, Secretary of State Tony Blinken said China will face consequences if it moves to resupply Russia's military or takes other steps to support the Ukraine invasion.
Will make clear that China will bear responsibility for any actions it takes to support Russia's aggression, and we will not hesitate to impose costs.
The World Health Organization is warning the coronavirus pandemic is far from over, with the number of global daily cases again on the rise. Many European countries are experiencing a new surge in cases tied to BA.2, a fast-spreading subvariant of the Omicron variant. China's expanded lockdowns in major cities as it struggles to maintain its zero-COVID strategy amidst its worst outbreak since early 2020. Meanwhile, South Korea reported more than 620,000 new cases and 429 deaths Thursday alone. Until this year, South Korea had one of the world's most successful responses to COVID-19. Here in the United States, the head of President Biden's coronavirus task force is stepping down. The White House says Jeff Zients will be replaced by Ashish Jha, the dean of the Brown University School of Public Health. Zients drew praise early in Biden's presidency for his science-based approach to the pandemic, but drew fire for failing to make rapid antigen tests and N95 masks widely available and affordable to the public. He also killed a proposal that would have provided paid quarantine and isolation for most U.S. workers. In a statement, Public Citizen said, quote, "The Zients-led COVID response refused to challenge Big Pharma's monopoly control in the U.S. and globally over technologies that relied crucially on public support. As a result, the United States and other rich countries failed to expand vaccine supply sufficient to meet global need." An Australian appeals court has overturned a historic 2021 ruling that found the government had a duty of care to protect children from the effects of the climate catastrophe. The case was brought by Australian teenagers in a bid to prevent the expansion of a coal mine. The young plaintiffs could still appeal the ruling. This comes as 7 youth climate activists in Utah launched a new suit against their state and Utah officials this week. They argue fossil fuel development violates their constitutional rights and poses an existential threat to Utah's children. A U.S. federal appeals court ruled the Biden administration can factor in the cost of the climate crisis in policy decisions. The decision stays a ruling from a lower court, which banned the administration from considering what is referred to as the social cost of carbon. It could affect upcoming decisions on oil and gas drilling leases and regulatory practices. Sprawling Saharan sandstorms cast an orange glow across European skies this week. The effect was most dramatic in Spain, where authorities urged residents to stay indoors to avoid breathing in the coarse particulate matter. Scientists warn the climate crisis will intensify such events in the coming years. In Western Sahara, a delegation of U.S.-based volunteers has arrived at the home of the prominent Sahrawi human rights defender Sultana Khaya, her sister Luara, and their family. It's a rare visit by international human rights observers to the territory, which has suffered under Moroccan occupation since 1975. The U.S. delegation includes Adrian Kinney, a former U.S. Army intelligence officer and president of Veterans for Peace. Their visit breaks a 482-day siege of the home, where family members have been forcibly confined by Moroccan security forces since November of 2020. The Khaya sisters say they were raped last year by Moroccan agents in front of their 84-year-old mother. The agents also stole mobile phones, destroyed belongings, and threw trash, urine, and noxious black liquid into the family's drinking water storage tank. To see our interview with Sultana Khaya, go to our website, democracynow.org, and link to our documentary, 4 Days in Western Sahara, Africa's Last Colony. In East Timor, voters are heading to the polls Saturday. Among a field of 16 presidential candidates are incumbent Francisco Luolo Guterres of the Revolutionary Front for an Independent East Timor and former President José Ramos Horta, a Nobel Peace Prize winner. Ramos Horta has been leading in the polls. The winner will take office May 2022, the 20th anniversary of East Timor's independence from Indonesia. Peru's top court has authorized the release of 83-year-old former President Alberto Fujimori from prison. Fujimori has served less than 15 years of a 25-year sentence for human rights abuses and crimes committed during his rule in the 1990s, including kidnapping, bribery, and ordering massacres by death squads. The government of President Pedro Castillo said it would appeal the ruling before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Protesters took to the streets following the news. This is Gisela Ortiz, former Peruvian culture minister whose brother was murdered during Fujimori's dictatorship.
We spontaneously came out to react to this unjust and illegal decision from the Constitutional Tribunal, which gives Fujimori freedom. He is a former president who violated human rights. We are demanding that our right to justice as massacre victims' relatives is guaranteed.
A judge in Honduras has granted the extradition of former President Juan Orlando Hernandez to the United States on drug trafficking and firearms charges. Hernandez is a longtime U.S. ally who ended his presidential term less than 2 months ago. He's also accused of accepting millions of dollars in bribes to shield drug traffickers from the law. In a court filing, witnesses say the ex-president said he wanted to shove cocaine, quote, right up the noses of the gringos. A warning to our audience. The following story contains graphic footage of police violence. In Los Angeles, newly released video shows the death of Edward Bronstein at the hands of California Highway Patrol officers. The 38-year-old father of 5 was arrested in March of 2020 on suspicion of driving under the influence and brought to a CHIP station in the Los Angeles suburb of Altadena. A 17-minute video recorded by a police sergeant opens with officers demanding Bronstein give a blood sample to measure his blood alcohol level.
You're bringing the fight to this, not us.
I'm not fighting it at all.
Then have a seat and provide your arm. This is your last opportunity. Otherwise, you're going face down on the mat, and we're going to keep on going.
After Bronstein hesitates, 5 officers tackle and pin him to the ground, pressing their combined body weight into Bronstein's back and neck.
I'll do it willingly, as told you. Please don't. Okay, I'll do it willingly. I'll do it willingly. I'll do it willingly, I promise.
The video shows officers ignoring Bronstein's pleas to willingly give a blood sample. He screams repeatedly and gasps, "I can't breathe," 12 times.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Just stop yelling.
I need to breathe.
Bronstein's screams grow quieter until he falls silent. Still 2 minutes pass as officers continue to draw blood. One officer checks for a pulse, calls Bronstein's name, slaps him in the side of the head as he appears to be unconscious. Officers call for a paramedic, but continue to draw blood from Bronstein's limp body. More than 11 minutes after Bronstein's last screams, officers finally begin administering CPR. Bronstein's family is suing the California Highway Patrol for wrongful death, assault and battery, civil rights violations, and failure to render aid. A federal judge ruled Bronstein's family had a right to view the video and make it public after California state attorneys fought to prevent its release. Bronstein's family is also demanding criminal charges for the officers involved. And in Washington, D.C.,
Protecting and serving right
Howard
there.
University have announced they could go on strike next week over unresolved issues with their working conditions, including below living wages for non-tenured educators. This is Cyrus Hampton, a contingent faculty member who teaches full-time in Howard's English department.
We are calling on our tenured and tenure-track colleagues to stand with us and honor our picket lines during the strike. We're calling on our students, alums, and all of the HU community to support us in our effort to overcome the unfair labor practices of university leadership and to better the university as a whole.
Howard is one of the top historically black colleges and universities in the United States. Last fall, students won improvements to university housing and other concessions after they held a weeks-long sit-in protest occupying a student center on campus. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!
Depressing. I don't know how she does it every day. That story with the cops, damn, bro. Protecting and serving, bro. Like, okay, he was drunk or whatever. They're trying to get his blood to prove that he was drunk, and they accidentally kill the guy. Like, when are we gonna face the reality that, like, a lot of the stuff that they do is all the way fucking ridiculous, bro? Like, all the way unnecessarily heavy-handed. You know what I'm saying? That's why people be dying. Like, and they don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they don't have no disregard for human life. They don't have no fucking compassion for human life. If you're a criminal, then fuck it. He's a criminal. You know? If he dies, he dies. Shouldn't have been being a criminal. Shouldn't have been drunk. He shouldn't have resisted arrest. He should have just complied. The guy's dead. You know? Any of those excuses are not good enough. How many people do you kill while you're doing your job? You get to keep your job and not get in trouble? It's insanity. I'm sorry, it's insanity, y'all. For y'all to not recognize this shit and see it for what it really is. You know what I'm saying? Human life, the value of human life. I really wanted to show some history. The Cynical Historian. I played some of his shit before, but this dude is really, really good. Yeah, so anyways, like I say, man, the guy's dead, bro. I think I played some of this video in the other video, or this is where I stopped. Let me see. Yeah, this is where I stopped. Can I go back to that spot? Yeah, I think this is where I stopped last time. And this is very fucking informative stuff right here. And it's lighting up the mood a bit. That fucking story with the cops and the rest of that shit just put me in a bad mood, bro. Like we want to do drugs.
See, that's stagflation, as in a stagnant economy and high inflation. Exacerbating these economic woes were two energy crises, one in 1972 and another in 1979, due to Middle Eastern oil embargoes. The US economy ran on oil, so people really felt the problem. Stagflation was something Keynesian economics could not cope with. These were opposing forces in their models, so they could neither predict it nor give adequate policy advice. Nixon attempted to halt it in 1971 by freezing federal wages, raising the tariff, and completely removing US currency from the gold standard. It had the opposite effect, leading to an economic shock. Keynesianism collapsed, leaving room for alternatives like Friedman's monetarism. But neoliberalism is not merely the Chicago School of Economics approach. Keynesianism merely justified reform capitalism, such as the New Deal. Economists have massive influence, but they are not the politicians who ultimately make these policies. Far more went into the change than mere academic thought. One could also see how tough-on-crime rhetoric brought it about. Barry Goldwater campaigned for law and order in 1964 during his presidential campaign, using the Birmingham riots as a way to somehow discredit the Civil Rights Act. This was kind of the first permutation of the Southern strategy. But Goldwater honestly believed that the act violated states' rights to govern their own race relations, regardless of whether they oppressed their citizens. He didn't win, though, except in the South, but Lyndon Baines Johnson took on his rhetoric anyways, eventually implementing the Civil Obedience Act to fight the race riots of the Long Hot Summer. The next president took on the same rhetoric as Goldwater, declaring that
America's public enemy number one in the United States is drug abuse. In order to fight and defeat this enemy, it is necessary to wage a new all-out offensive.
This initiated the drug war, and Nixon used it to target hippies and civil rights activists with drug raids. But he didn't want to grow the federal government with this, for that would violate states' rights, instead relying on state and local police to enforce the new prohibition. And Ronald Reagan would... Wait a second. What's his middle name?
Wilson!
Wilson! Reagan would heighten the drug war to ridiculous levels in the 1980s, beginning the rapid militarization of police, which I've spoken of in a previous video. He also frequently referred to so-called welfare queens, who illegally benefited from welfare programs.
That's so
though it had a
powerful
pretty obvious racial basis.
to this day.
Reagan used this complaint to cut LBJ-era benefits while heightening policeable requirements for welfare qualification. This all disproportionately affected racial minorities. But the point here is that tough-on-crime rhetoric ultimately funnels funds to police, targets political enemies, and cloaks much of it behind terms like states' rights. By focusing on racial issues, politicians could campaign for smaller government.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
Though it never actually creates smaller government. Capital requires enforcement, hence the increase in policing, which has continued throughout the sixth-party system. Disillusionment with the government is another cause. Throughout the 1970s, there were a series of revelations that broke the confidence of the American people in their government. The first was the Pentagon Papers. A series of exposés in the New York Times revealed a whole bunch of government secrets about the Vietnam War, such as secret bombings in Laos, a torture and assassination program, and that the public was regularly fooled into believing that the war was going well. The U.S. pulled out of Vietnam in 1973,
Sounds like
but
today.
2 years later, North Vietnam invaded the South in clear violation of the Paris Peace Accords. The U.S. was so fed up with the war by that point that we chose not to get involved again. This was a tremendous blow to American culture, which became increasingly pessimistic, largely in part because of anti-war sentiments.
Well, we got
But
another
the
war
president
now,
who
so
administered that
people should be
pullout was
happy.
no longer in office. When dealing with the Pentagon Papers, Nixon admitted no wrongdoing, instead blaming previous administrations and using the Espionage Act to go after the whistleblower. A couple years later, he
always
used the
go
same
after the
tactics with the
whistleblower.
Watergate scandal. During the 1972 election, his White House plumbers broke into the opposition's headquarters at the Watergate Hotel.
Look at
They
Julian
were caught
Assange.
red-handed, but Nixon used executive privilege to cover up the issue. After a 2-year investigation, the DOJ had enough to link Nixon to the fraud. Despite Nixon's insistence that
I have never obstructed justice.
I am not a crook.
And I think, too, that I can say that in my years of public life, that I welcome this kind of examination, because people have got to know whether or not their president is a crook. Well, I'm not a crook.
He, in fact, was, and resigned in disgrace.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
The scandal rocked the American electorate so much that we started to apply "gate" as a suffix to further scandals, beginning with Billygate in 1979, where Carter's brother turned out to be getting bribes from Libya for some unknown reason. Congress quickly reacted to Watergate. They were about to impeach Nixon if he hadn't resigned, so they chose to investigate the executive branch as a whole instead. President Ford tried to head them off by creating his own investigation, but that didn't stop the Senate. Led by Frank Church, they uncovered a report commissioned by Nixon, metaphorically called the Family Jewels. It revealed all kinds of CIA misbehavior, from illegal surveillance to MKUltra, which were LSD-fueled mind control experiments. This prompted the House of Representatives to open their own committee. So now there were both houses of Congress and the executive branch investigating government overreach, and they found a lot. They even helped publish the FBI's files from their illegal counterintelligence program, or COINTELPRO, which targeted Americans they labeled as dissidents with blackmail, false accusations, and evidence planting. All of these documents remain publicly available today. Congress clamped down on executive power by restricting privileges and requiring congressional oversight for federal agencies, especially the intelligence community. The FBI struck back at Congress by revealing that some members took bribes during a sting operation. So, as you can guess, the American people felt betrayed by their government to the point of paranoia.
I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
You'll still hear conspiracists use these findings to excuse their idiotic speculation. Suffice it to say, limiting the government was not just about austerity, but a moralistic thing. People wanted to get tough on the government itself. Local governments faced their own crises too, that became a national sensation. The urban blight of the 70s came from deindustrialization, but was worse in New York City. It nearly went bankrupt, and initially the federal government refused to bail them out. The financial center of the world was insolvent. They tried to refinance their debt, but the city kept plunging deeper, leaving the streets looking like a war zone. They turned to austerity measures, cutting anything they could, even coercing various unions to donate parts of their pension funds to the city. But what really saved the city was regular federal stimuluses after that initial refusal. It took bailouts, but the city thought that austerity was the answer. They deregulated and privatized as much as they could as well, including how the stock market functioned, becoming a beacon of neoliberalism for the rest of the U.S. President Carter began federal liberalization of the market with deregulation. He deregulated national transportation from railroads, buses, and airlines, which led to huge benefits for consumers overall. The best of his deregulation came with the removal of restrictions on home and microbrewing. The entire craft brew scene has Carter's neoliberalism to thank for it, and Reagan promised even more. Under Reagan, neoliberalism flourished. He fused the different facets of conservatism together. There was the religious right fighting for traditional values, neoconservatives fighting communism and socialism at home and abroad, and neoliberalism for fiscal conservatives. And of course, as with the terms like traditional values and anti-communism, these are hazily defined. I've seen a lot of folks complaining that one person doesn't perfectly fit one category or another, but that completely forgets that it is this tripartite fusion that defines modern-day conservatism, the most important part being neoliberalism. This is sometimes called the three-legged stool of conservatism. Each leg is culture, economy, and policy, both foreign and domestic. As with all forms of conservatism, it is not so much about transforming society, but preserving it. Often an imaginary past that never really existed. Even our most recent Democratic presidents have appealed to this three-legged stool, especially with neoliberalism. Reagan, who coined the term Make America Great Again, made neoliberalism the most important part of his policy. He went so far as to attempt cutting Social Security benefits, before finding out that that is the third rail of politics the hard way. But he did manage to continually deregulate the economy and privatize federal programs. He also started the trend of the US requiring free trade agreements as a foreign policy goal for every nation we could, effectively barring countries from protecting their economies through regulation. And it's not as though Reaganomics was actually trying to downsize the government, as is so frequently claimed. Reagan initiated a growth in U.S. debt unseen since World War II. His military and police budgets continually expanded, which after all is the biggest part of governing. And for all the talk of how economic expansion from his austerity measures would create more jobs, no trickle-down took place, instead cutting away a vital safety net for the poor so that far wealthier people had to pay slightly less taxes. The trend was set. Bush Sr. promised,
"But I will, and the Congress will push me to raise taxes, and I'll say no. And they'll push, and I'll say no. And they'll push again, and I'll say to them, read my lips.
Read my lips.
No new taxes."
Without taxes to raise, he could not sponsor new programs. Only problem is he didn't follow through, raising a gas tax in order to pay for the Gulf War. So his re-election campaign was mired by Ross Perot running as even more fiscally conservative. Bill Clinton won instead. He did raise taxes to balance the budget, but also cut government programs even further after he failed to pass a universal healthcare program. Instead, he took what he called a triangulation strategy, as in compromising with conservatives. Considering Republicans signed a contract with America filled with neoliberal goals, that middle ground he sought was further and further in the conservative camp. So Clinton implemented further neolib changes, such as more welfare reform and ending the Great Depression reform called Glass-Steagall, that required banks to differentiate between investment and commercial purposes. The following Bush cut taxes as well. Then Obama seemed to be different at first with massive regulatory overhauls. He put on his regulatory overalls. Obama seemed to be different at first with massive regulatory overhauls, mandatory healthcare buy-ins, and environmental protections, but he ultimately extended Bush's cuts, the deregulation of previous administrations, and continued federal privatization of such things as prisons and security. The Trump administration continued to push for deregulation and privatization, though to very little effect, save for easily reversible policies, but he simultaneously bucked some of these neolib trends, such as his fighting against free trade agreements and raising tariffs. Who knows what Biden will become, but he was Obama's VP after all. But all in all, neoliberalism worked spectacularly at first. The 80s and 90s were great if you measured by GDP. There were a few bumps here and there, but this form of capitalism remained triumphant in 1991, when the Soviet Union fell. It was easy to associate neoliberalism with that victory. Eventually, we'd find a new enemy in terrorism, but that was not some world power that threatened our entire economic regime. The wealthy made immense fortunes from emerging technology, global finances, resource management, and government contracts. Elites wielded incredible influence with their money to continue neoliberalism that benefited them so much. Think tanks, lobbyists, and advertising gained more and more influence since 1980 due to all this money in politics. It is to the point that Jeff Bezos, owner of Amazon.com, is nearing John D. Rockefeller's fortune, who is still the richest man in American history. But while all of this is going on, bubbling underneath this seeming prosperity was a steadily increasing wealth inequality. Poor and median wages stagnated from 1980 to present, at least when taking account for inflation. And the millennial generation will be the first in American history to experience a decrease in life expectancy. But it would take a substantial economic crisis to really begin the opposition to neoliberalism. In 2007, all this deregulation allowed for predatory home loans to send the economy into a recession. Neoliberalism
I remember that.
so deregulated mortgages
I
that
lost
they could
my
adjust
house.
rates even when well beyond their lendee's ability to pay, leading to what's called the subprime mortgage crisis. Making matters worse was the way these loans were bundled together for investors, making the housing market heavily leveraged on these bad securities in ways that the US government had simply lost control over the 30 years prior of deregulation. As more homes were foreclosed upon, the economy tanked and we went into a 3-year recession in 2008. This was a turning point. In order to stop another Great Depression, the federal government gave 2 gigantic bailouts to major corporations. Bush supported one, and Obama pushed the other through. Now, these bailouts were eventually paid back, and perhaps they saved us from a terrible depression. Nonetheless, the Great Recession that followed was not happy times for the American electorate. While this stimulus may have kept major capital afloat, it did not come with relief for the poor, recovery for the economy as a whole, and worst of all, no reform to prevent this from happening again. So Americans saw the bailouts as just another benefit for the economic elite.
Yep, and that's
Despite
what it was.
the standard neoliberal dogma that more profitable
Nothing changes.
corporations will result in more jobs, the opposite happened. Unemployment peaked at 10% in October of 2009, and it only slowly recovered from there for the next decade before COVID-19 reversed much of those gains. Understandably, people were disillusioned. Just as with the 1970s, the Great Recession seemed to be a turning point, but not in the same way. Opposition arose to parts of neoliberalism, but not the whole. Americans did not turn against the entire system. In fact, that is what made this the most important differentiation point in American politics. To everyone in the US, the problem is clearly an establishment pushing policies that have deepened our economic woes. The problem is, who is that establishment? This is the fundamental root of the rise of populism. You
Okay.
see, the parties aren't all that different,
Yep.
save for one particular aspect.
That's what I be
Who
saying
is the elite
all
that
the
is
time.
causing this problem? For Republicans, they blamed bureaucrats making inept policies that pushed jobs overseas and allowed for immigrants to outcompete natives. But most importantly, they blamed the government itself. The first battleground of these Republican populists was over Obamacare. It was essentially a new tax requiring everyone to buy into the healthcare system. Some thought it was socialism. A lot of people honestly believe that Obamacare is socialism even though it's just a tax. It's nowhere close to even the national healthcare systems proposed by so many politicians since Theodore Roosevelt. Nonetheless, the fact that this was essentially a new tax brought about many people to fight it, regardless of whether they were affected by it. They took on the tradition of patriots fighting against British taxes in 1773, who threw tea into the Boston Harbor. This new Tea Party campaigned against Obamacare. They spoke of the government deficit and balancing the budget as key ways to correct the economy. The elite they opposed were technocrats who expanded the government. Technocrats are experts appointed or hired into the government specifically to run it with their expertise. Right-wing populists say these technocrats are the establishment that allows for illegal immigration and a nanny state that is somehow causing our economic woes. They are political insiders immune from the will of the people. Right-wing populists are particularly concerned with tax hikes because they see the use of government welfare as a kind of handout for the supposedly undeserving, even though it's Reaganomics cutting such programs in the first place that has led to such high poverty rates. They justify further tax cuts with austerity measures and false claims that the economy will somehow grow enough to replace that lost government revenue. So you can draw a direct line from the Tea Party to the Trump administration. For the Democrats, the answer was the economic elite themselves. Rather than the system of neoliberalism, left-wing populists speak more of the robber barons and raising taxes on them. This came in full force 2 years after the Tea Party arose. People in New York took over a park just down Wall Street from the stock exchange, ostensibly to protest the upper class. They occupied the park for 2 months before their dispersal. But while they were there, it sparked off sympathetic protests across the US of people occupying public spaces. Their main slogan was, "We are the 99%. You see, they were protesting the top 1% of the economy. The problem is, they had no real goal. Ostensibly, they wanted some kind of poor relief by taxing that 1%. But they did not propose concrete policy. This is where political outsiders like Bernie Sanders began to make inroads into the Democratic Party once again. They fought the establishment of rich influence in politics, though as the Occupy movement itself indicates, with far less success. Biden may have some left-wing populist influence, but it is extremely moderate compared to the populism of Trump. The left-right divide is at the core of populism today. Whether fighting technocrats or rich influence, this populist difference is at the core of our political divide. It is often framed as a fight over big government, but neither side is concerned with the actual size of government. Rather, what is its role? Should experts run their respective departments? Should rich people be able to use their disproportionate buying power to influence policy? Each side is fighting an establishment. Neither of these effectively combats the system underneath. Right-wing populists perpetuate deregulation and privatization, while left-wing ones continue that free trade focus. Both maintain the atomization of individuality. Hence the reason why it's become so much more difficult to form a labor union. It's not just laws that prevent class solidarity, but the very psychology of neoliberalism.
You can't sit and negotiate with a union that's in violation of the law. And their oath.
Though there's been a ton of union busting in this neoliberal age, the very idea that individuals cannot unify infects our politics. Left-wing populists may be more pro-union than right-wing ones, but they still both perpetuate the system. Collective bargaining power, as can be used by unions and whatnot, is antithetical to this atomized individuality. And once again, we have yet to adjust to how economic regulation can function under a service economy. This takes new adaptations for which we have none. And remember, none of this has anything to do with the size of government. Right-wing populists are happy to expand military and police expenditures, quite contrary to their small government aspirations.
I be saying that all the time.
Populists wish to downsize that solely to replace it with social programs. This is our most fundamental divide, and it misses the point. Neoliberalism itself is to blame. It came about as deindustrialization caused a chaotic switch over the crisis of confidence to a service economy. Due to the failure of Keynesianism and the New Deal, neoliberalism took over. Ronald Reagan explained his neoliberal intent quite clearly with his inaugural speech, saying,
"The economic ills we suffer have come upon us over several decades. In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem."
The reduction of government is not the actual goal. Privatization, globalization, and deregulation are. Neoliberalism forms of the New Deal coalition, bringing us closer to laissez-faire capitalism and atomizing individuality. It is the consumption of public interests by private ones, which privileges the wealthy. The ramifications of this policy brought about immense wealth inequality, which developed into the Great Recession. Populists only partially answered the problem of neoliberalism, fighting some kind of establishment, which is the deep issue at the heart of American politics. But there is something further. While the party switch set this current political system in motion, culture wars gave a facade of drastic rhetoric, and populism, spurred on by neoliberalism, underlies the divide, there is something amplifying all of this. The very medium this episode is on is partially to blame. Technology itself, from radio talk shows, cable news, and internet filter bubbles, has exaggerated our gradual political polarization. But that will have to wait until the next episode, at least whenever I can finish it.
Yeah, so basically it comes down to people having a better understanding of neoliberalism, because I don't think that they understand neoliberalism. And then they hear the word liberalism and then they automatically think that it's coming from the left. And as he was explaining in his video, that's not the case. You know, neoliberal, they both are the Republicans and the Democrats are both neoliberals. The left and the right are both neoliberals in this country. And it's, you know, and then the way that they go at the problem is still not addressing, you know, the real roots of the problem. Because the main problem with United States citizens is that they can't face themselves. They can't face the truth. They don't want to reevaluate themselves. They don't want to see themselves as wrong. They want to see themselves as the morally right ones. You know what I'm saying? The ones that are right. I'm morally right, even on both sides. The Republicans and the Democrats, the liberals and the conservatives, they both want to be like, I'm right, so that's the problem. What happened to my screen, y'all? Can y'all still see me? This shit is fucking tripping. Oh, that's irritating. I don't even know if y'all can see me. My screen is black. Can y'all see me? Hold on, I'm gonna do this right quick. I'm about to wrap it anyways, but let me do this. I hope you guys learned something today. Oh shit, let's go back to this. Oh shit, I'm here. Okay. I don't know. Man, I've been tripping today. I didn't even use my camera at the beginning of the show. I came home from work and I just jumped on the show and I didn't really I tried to prep and get ready as much as I could, but I jumped on here way too fast. I should have gave it a few more minutes to make sure I had everything in order. But, hey, life goes on. This is way more difficult than it looks, like I said. So, but anyways, the neoliberalism, hopefully people understand that better. And hopefully they understand that, that this left-right divide that they got us on is an illusion. You know what I'm saying? And all those congressmen, Lindsey Graham, AOC or whatever, they probably go have tea together. So, Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi, they probably, play golf together or some shit. Like, you guys are getting manipulated, and that's basically it. You know what I'm saying? And they got us fighting against each other and arguing with each other. Meanwhile, they don't even disagree with each other. They all on the same page. It's all just to fucking have us fighting against each other about something. Critical race theory. Let's fight about that. Let's fight about Ukraine. Let's fight about that. Let's fight about Russia. Let's argue about Black Lives Matter. Let's argue about defund the police. Let's argue about abortion rights. And what I be saying all the time is that I think that like 85% of the public all really agree on like we agree on 85% of everything. And then you got that 10-15% of stuff that we disagree on, and that's the stuff that the media just feeds and feeds and feeds and feeds us. It's like stoking a flame, stoking a fire, pouring gas on it.
Where is it? Weeks ago, we all still had to be COVID tested. There were lines for people to do the drive-through COVID testing. Gone. That thing was mutating and it was coming through. Where did you ever? Where did COVID go? Where is it? Weeks ago, we all still had to be COVID tested. There were lines for people to do the drive-through COVID testing. Gone. That thing was mutating and it was coming through.
Oh, that's a good point, guys. It went from corona to Ukraine like overnight, bro. So can y'all please try to see that the media is pulling your heartstrings?
By a bunch of tyrants.
The problem,
for a paycheck is over your freedom? Really?
I got you.
What about our kids?
Listen
what about your kids and your kids and your grandkids?
I don't believe you. I believe you.
I remember when I remember
I'm so amazed. I don't even know what to look at.
Oh, Mama, there's soft pretzels over there.
That's all you think about is food, and you just told me where's L'Oreal and Keon.
There's soft
So
pretzels.
the next thing we need to be. I keep on pulling out my phone to look for a cell phone store, but it's so much stuff.
Can we get to the pretzels, Ma? Ma, all that's cool, but yeah, they got pretzels over there. Kids know how to enjoy life. Y'all taking pictures and shit. Go eat some of the pretzels.
Hey, what's up, B-Man?
Damn, gas prices, bro. I'm about to wrap it, y'all. I'm tired, and it's 5 a.m. Hope y'all learned some stuff. I hope some people play this fucking video back because there's some good stuff in this video.
Andy Shirley,
Amazing.
jack this up.
Amazing. Auntie.
Some really good information in there and perspectives. And that's the point, you know, kind of stretch your mind a bit.
All the companies out there, right? They be calling me or
Just stretch your mind a bit, you know, get you thinking about things in a different way, you know.
Yeah, I saw it.
Whoa, whoa. Oh my God. Whoa.
Oh, yeah. Sign them up.
I don't think he's gonna play that long. Robert Wright. Visa and MasterCard are raising their fee. They take their merchants from accepting credit cards. Both firms, they're doing this because they can, apparently coordinating their moves. Why doesn't the volatile antitrust law? I mean, things are all the way out of control, and you guys are just like, meh. Let's play PlayStation. That's what I'm finna do. That's what I'm finna do anyways right now. I'm finna wind down, play PlayStation. You know, they teach us to not give a fuck. You know, that's their superpower. That's how they keep on fucking over everybody. Because you're just supposed you're just supposed to be an individual.
2 weeks now, and every time he sees me, he keeps dodging me. Yeah. He's becoming a real pain in the ass. I mean, should I crack him on or what?
What's the matter with you? What have I been telling you? Sometimes hurting somebody ain't the answer.
Yeah.
Hypothetical question. If you could press a button and become $1 million richer, but at the cost of a human life, would you press the button?
Yeah.
Caveats and explanations at the end.
I don't need them.
In this hypothetical scenario, I will give you a large red button.
Okay.
If you choose to press this button, $1 million American dollars will...
There goes another example of what I was saying. We're trained to not care. We're trained to not care about other people's feelings, other people's life. We're trained to be an individual, you know, and look out for ourselves and our family, and that's it. And that's their superpower. Because that's how they fuck over every last one of us. Because they got us all trying to push at the machine on our own, carve out our little existence on our own. And you know, I mean, you can only do so much with that strategy. You know what I'm saying? If we were to come together, build our own institutions, build our own infrastructures with our own funding, fuck them. We don't need nothing from them. They can keep taxing us too. Fuck it. We'll pay the taxes and we'll still build our own shit. And what?
Has a few tattoos, few cute ones, you know, that he got. But this one is a tattoo that says Kim. Yeah, he has.
So here I am, right on the lava flow, and we are at the foot of the Mount Nyiragongo volcano, and this is the camp essentially that got built for people. There's 2,000 people living in a camp just over there behind me, and they're just living in tents. They've been living there since May. So that's what the people them are dealing with. It's mad. Can you imagine? One day you're living in your house, and then the next day it just gets burned down by a lava flow, and you have to go live in a tent. So this is what we are dealing with right now. So basically, we are in Virunga National Park.
This is the DR Congo.
The Democratic Republic of Congo.
But I don't hear nobody crying for them.
Where
cry for Ukraine.
Lava flow.
DRC.
The volcano erupted in May, and as you can see, it's taken down all the trees and wiped out people's houses. And yeah, nature is serious, and you're about to see the actual flow. What people have tried to do here. This used to be a road. It got completely wiped out. What people used to do here is they used to use this road to go to and from the farmland. But now, as you can see, like Jurassic Park.
Started raining hard as hell on their ass. $25,000 people displaced, it says
So,
here.
these are the tents that people have been living in since May. And as you can see, it's throwing it down with rain. And right now, their tents will flood every time it rains like this. And it rains like this like every day. You can see down there, they're just tents. So, this is people's life right now. All right.
You're like, that's enough, bro. The rain pouring down shit. Let me get some shelter. Nobody cares. Nobody cares, Chakabars.
So up here behind me, you can see this is the whole lava flow. There is normal land. There is lava. So start there. See it? So all of this, all the trees, everything was taken away. And the mad thing is that whenever there's like a natural disaster in African countries or indigenous people land, it's always like we look to Mzungu, we always look to Europeans, foreigners for assistance. But there's a lot of us in the diaspora who have money and care. And so I feel like when these type of things happen, we should come together to support our people, you know? Rather than trying to wait for other groups to help us out. That doesn't make any sense. We are...
That's what I was talking about earlier, the diaspora. We need to start thinking that way.
So just for scale, you can see how big the lava flow is. That's at the back there, that's like 20 feet high, 25 feet high. And this all came through here, and there was people's houses here. So now you can see the size of it. Mimi hapana elewa. Usituangalia sana. Kwa nini?
I don't know how many languages this guy speaks. I've been following him for a while. He's like an activist. He really focuses on like orphans and stuff. And be building schools and houses and shit for people. So he raises money using his like celebrity. And raises money for these people. Just like the other one, the other channel I like a lot is what is it called? Invisible People. Y'all check that out. So this one is Chaka Bars, and he supports like mostly mostly what he does is he helps orphans and shit, and like in animals. He really loves elephants. He helps. He saves elephants from zoos and circuses and shit like that. So he saves animals and he saves like children. That's basically what he does. The other channel, Invisible People, he focuses on homeless people and he raises money for them. And he does it like family by family basis. And he be helping people all over, everywhere. But mostly he be in like Venezuela and shit like that.
Can she just introduce herself?
I'm not talking about this guy. I'm talking about Invisible People. This is Chaka Bars. He's always somewhere in Africa.
And
almost always. But I don't even think he's from. He was in the military. Was he from South Africa?
Now we're just
I
waiting
think
for the
he's
head of civil
European.
protection
I don't
to
even
come
think
and
he's from Africa
give
at
us
all.
the final price, and then we'll buy all of this land for the people, and we'll start building the houses. So yeah, man, life is good.
Yeah. And so he's helping whole communities. This is the children of the parents who they hired to build the houses. So they building houses for orphans, like I said. So, but this is helping the whole community. It's bringing in money for the whole community. It's a good thing that guy's doing.
We're about to lay the first stone for the foundations. It's all ceremonial. Jeez.
Yeah, these are one of the, like, if y'all want to look for, like, because people be wanting to help and you can't trust these damn donations, these places like the Red Cross and them. Like, I mean, don't give your money to these people, please. Find some ones like these that you know, and they show you what they're doing with the money. You know what I'm saying? It's not transparent. Red Cross and what is all of the other ones? They're not transparent at all. Like, what the fuck are they doing with that money? You know, they're not transparent. They seen some, and then the ones that be like the dimes, they seen some random ass stock picture for some kid talking about you're saving this kid or whatever. You're providing for this kid or whatever. It's a stock photo, not even a real person. Bullshit. But you do have activists out there who's helping people for real, and usually it's like these kind of like individuals. They're not even really foundations. They're just kind of like individuals that are actually helping people. And you can find people who are doing that and donate your money to them and actually help some people, So I would look up Invisible People if you're concerned with homeless people and you want to help with that. And if you want to help like African orphans, then you look up Chaka Bars. But there's plenty of other types of, but I follow them, these two. See, look at that house. He brought them beds and shit. The niggas is all about working out. He's a vegan and he don't eat meat. And working out a lot. These are probably pictures of the orphans. They built a library for them. Because these kids really don't have no parents at all. Like the parents, whatever happened. Over here we got at least a little bit of a kind of, even though our shit is like a damn human trafficking, sex trafficking ass fucking program. But some people can make it through it and get, benefits out of it. But in some of these countries over there, they don't have any kind of like, there's nothing. The damn kid, if there's no parents to take care of the kid, most likely the kid's not gonna make it. or he'll turn into one of those like the guerrillas. That's how they end up with their armies, because those guys who are like a warlord type, you know, they go and get these kids and they give them guns, and then they go take over whole towns. Because these kids don't have no remorse. They're young. You know what I mean? They're just trying to survive. So then the warlord guy tells them to, you know, shit, yo, we finna murder this whole town. And we finna take all the stuff that they have. And then we're gonna party afterwards. And then we're gonna go chill somewhere, and then we're gonna go do that shit again. And they're like, that sounds better than death to me. It's so fucked up. So fucked up. Anyways, y'all, I'm about to wrap it. I've been needing to take a damn break, potty break for the longest. Telling y'all, bro, it's not easy to do this. This is not easy. Thank y'all for supporting the show. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for commenting. You know, thank y'all for joining. I hope we learned something. Share some of this information with other people. You know, it's all about the conversation. We need to have these conversations. So just stop talking about fucking Rihanna, Drake, and Megan Thee Stallion. And let's talk about some shit that matters, so that, you know, we can change the world for the better, you know? If we keep on acting like there ain't no problem, we're not going to ever fix it. It's just going to keep festering like a cancer. We got to recognize that there's a problem, and then we have to start making steps towards fixing it. But we can't even do that if we can't even have the conversation, an honest, truthful conversation on the topics. So that's why we're here. That's why I do this.
And he's going to make a gaffe. And what is the gaffe? He's going to tell the truth. And this guy doesn't know what to do, because he's going to tell them the truth about Ukraine right now. And watch this.
The first 5 days, Russian forces, I think, frankly, were too gentle. They've now corrected that. So I would say another 10 days, this should be completely over. But the question is, what is it that Zelensky is going to do? The Russians have made it very clear what they want is a neutral Ukraine. This could have ended days ago if he accepted that. And then they can adjust.
So there's a colonel from the United States military saying this could have been over a long time ago if Zelensky would have just agreed to keep his country neutral. Won't do it. Here we go.
Borders, but the eastern part of Ukraine is firmly in Russian hands. But again, the Russians are not seizing territory. They're destroying Ukrainian forces. That's their focus.
Colonel, it sounds like you don't approve of Zelensky's stand.
Oh, I think Zelensky is a puppet, and he is putting huge numbers of his own population at unnecessary risk. And quite frankly, most of what comes out of Ukraine is debunked as lies within 24 to 48 hours. The notions of taking and retaking airfields, all of this is nonsense. It hasn't happened.
He's not a hero when he's standing up for himself and his own people. You don't think he's a hero?
No, I do not. I don't see anything heroic about the man. And I think the most heroic thing that he can do right now is to come to terms with reality. Neutralize Ukraine. This is not a bad thing. A neutral Ukraine would be good for us as well as for Russia. It would create the buffer that, frankly, both sides want. But he's, I think, being told to hang on and try to drag this out, which is tragic for the people that have to live through this.
I'm inclined to disagree with you, Colonel, but
what can I do? I can't say I agree with you. I'm getting paid by the people who are profiting off this war. So thank you very much. Appreciate it, Colonel. So there's a colonel telling you that.
Yeah. I missed a bit of that, but I think I know what he was talking about with that. Jimmy Dore, he's just a comedian. I don't always agree with him, but his journalism beats MSNBC, CNN's, CBS, you name it, Fox, on most topics. You know, the media sucks so bad, the news sucks so bad. You got regular folks like me, Jimmy Dore in his garage, like he says, fucking doing better journalism than these people who are getting paid all this fucking money by the New York Times, Huffington Post.
Bandera de España y me dijo que era de Mondoñedo y de Lalín. Eso es imposible. Ser de Mondoñedo es de Lugo y ser de Lalín es de Pontevedra. Pero si él lo dice, ¿por qué vamos a discutir? No tiene mayor trascendencia. ¿Para qué?
So who's gonna do it? By who? For who? It says Democrats worry Zelensky offered GOP key talking point. Man, he was so young in that picture. Now that Joe Biden's president, the Times finally admits Hunter's laptop is real. Who posted this? The New York Post. These niggas, I swear, they don't have no news to report. Okay, this is juicy meat right here for the, you know, and sensationalism is what I keep talking about, the stuff that triggers you. Like, wherever you fit on this, like you love Hunter or you hate Hunter, this story is just for y'all's entertainment. Like, it's red meat for the it's red meat for y'all to consume. Oh shit, they got sound and shit in there. I'm not gonna play that. Let me see. It says, now that Joe Biden's president, the Times finally admits Hunter's laptop is real. In October 2020, the Post exclusively reported on contents of the ditched laptop hard drive. Forgive the profanity, but got to be shitting us. First, the New York Times decides more than a year later that Hunter Biden's business woes are worthy of a story, then deepen the piece in passing it notes that Hunter's laptop is legitimate. People familiar with the investigation said prosecutors had examined emails between Mr. Biden, Mr. Archer, and others about Burisma and other foreign business activity, the Times wrote. Those emails were obtained by the New York Times from a cache of files that appears to have come from a laptop abandoned by Mr. Biden in a Delaware repair shop. The email and others in the cache were authenticated by people familiar with them and with the investigation. Authenticated. ... I'm not going to read any more of that. You guys know. Like, really, like I say, that was the Post. Gosh, y'all don't have nothing else to write about. This is what gives me a show. This is what gives Jimmy Dore a show. This is what gives Tim Black a show. This is why Sager and Crystal are so big. They're getting clicks like crazy. The Hill is getting clicks like crazy. They do a better job of news than the New York Times, the New York Post, and it's because they're bought out, right? These corporations have bought these damn publications. They no longer serve the function that they were originally, intended for. Then they now serve the purpose of the mouthpiece of the corporations, the mouthpiece of, let's say, the government or whatever agenda, who the powers that be, they no longer are critical. Remember when, there's no more investigative reporting. Remember when we used to have investigative reporting? Now we just have talking heads. And there's never nobody. They show somebody on the ground outside of a building or something, but they don't ever show go to a situation and show what's happening. No more, bro. We don't have real journalism no more in the major media. It's all like, and even the local media, when they be doing local stories, that shit could be done from a whole nother state and shit. Like and the editor is not even from the state. Like it's so ridiculous. Like even local news, you can't even get good media out of your local news station because it's owned by this big huge corporation and they all about making money. So it costs money to like have people to go out and do real stories and write stories and do investigations, because sometimes the stuff might not turn out to be worthy of a story or whatever. They can't make money, or they don't want to waste money, so they streamline the process. So it's streamlined like a you know, what do they call it? The line. Everything comes down the line, and it's like the box machine. You know, the kick out another story, kick out another story, kick out another story. You know, the way that they can make the most money off of, and it costs the least. They're making trash. That's why ain't nobody reading their publications no more. It's so crazy how you gotta have a damn prescription to read all their trash. Like you read one article, and that's why I don't have no subscriptions to none of them fucking papers. Their shit is trash any fucking way. But you read a damn article, or you get halfway through, and then a bunch of ads that start popping up, and then they'll start talking about, oh, if you want to read more, then subscribe. You motherfucker. It wasn't like that back in the days. I mean, we did have subscriptions to newspapers, but it was about getting the information out. It wasn't about making money. So the newspapers were cheap, and people handed them around. Not everybody bought the newspaper. They would share newspapers. They were, just kind of like how we do our Netflix password now. A couple people on the block got a subscription, and they pass it down to their neighbors and friends and shit. But it was really about the information. The newspapers were cheap. The only price they needed to put was just how much it cost them to make it, because they really just wanted to get the information out. These are originally non-profit types of deals, That's the reason why to this day, the best journalism you get is from people who's not making no money. Like me, this show cost me a lot of money, bro. Way more than you fucking want to think. Because I'm broadcasting a lot of places. I have a bunch of subscriptions. I put money on ads. I buy cameras. I buy chairs. I buy lights. You know what I'm saying? The Wi-Fi. I mean, whatever, bro. And then it costs time and effort. So, that's where the only place you're going to find good news is from people who's not getting paid, because that's what it is. Like the news come out, and the person who makes the newspaper, they just need to charge the nickel or the quarter, because it costs money to print it. It costs money to do it. It costs money to have a writer. It costs money to have an editor. So, but that's the cost of it. Only just covers the cost of making it. It's not supposed to be a profit model in there. What is Fauci talking about now? More money for the pharmaceutical industry. That's all I hear for that story. I guess they didn't make enough already. We got to look out for our investors, yo. I don't know what this is. Let me see. Ukrainians flee across the border to Romania. Looks like somebody's just walking with a scooter, backpack. They don't look like they've been through any harsh. Oh, it's a bag. It's a luggage. That luggage is nice. Her jacket is nice too. I don't have luggage as nice as that. I'd have to go buy some luggage. They're talking about they flee across the border to Romania. They don't look like they're running or nothing. I'm not trying to belittle the situation, y'all. It's just that the headline, sounds like somebody running and hiding and stuff. And I know they probably left their homes. They didn't want to leave the homes. But there's a war going on. You need to leave. The war happens here in Houston. I'm leaving. And I probably won't have as nice as luggage as that lady had. So Romania is taking them in open arms. I don't see any brown people. Where the brown people at? It says this is live. This is from Reuters. I don't know. Can I get in trouble for broadcasting a live broadcast of somebody else's? Let me stop. I probably can. Let me stop. I don't know all the rules. I killed a lady. Florida drawbridge operator charged in death of 79-year-old woman. What? I saw a clip where it was like a dumbass car doing some dumbass shit, but it seemed like the person didn't get hurt. So the drawbridge operator, if damn, he must have did some malicious ass shit to for them to charge them if somebody died, because I'm sure accidents be happening on those bridges. Like, what the hell was the lady? My first question is, what the hell was the lady doing? How did she even die? You know what I'm saying? What the hell? I mean, like, I can't even imagine a scenario. All the lights and how slow the bridge goes up. He just put the bridge up, even though it was a lady on the bridge, and didn't let her get off. Like, I'm not gonna let her get off. Flip the switch now. Flip it. Hurry up before she gets across the thing. Look, but guess who posted this? The New York Post. Again, them motherfuckers ain't got shit to fucking talk about. All the fucking shit that's going on in our communities. And they're talking about a lady, it says, I killed a lady, Florida drawbridge operator charged in death of 79-year-old woman. It's horrible or whatever, but is this really news? Come on. Do better. Washington Post. What was that? Wait, New York Post. He said, we got us in this mess. Is Biden is scared of Putin. I hate the finger pointing. Biden is the president, so you have to give him a certain amount of but I hate that shit, because that's how the shit keeps going, bro. The next person gets in there and they're gonna point at him and say, it was him. The other people gonna say, no, it's him. And it just goes back and forth, bro. We don't make no progress. There's way more to it than Biden. And like I was saying with Pat earlier, I bet you Biden ain't even in on the call. He's not even in on the Zoom call. Y'all think this nigga is the one. He's not even in on the Zoom call. Anyways, y'all, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. I wasn't even sharing that shit I was looking at. I thought I was sharing that screen. I like the way it looks. The camera looks good. I didn't even start the show off with the camera. Camera was looking at the PlayStation controller. That's what y'all saw earlier when something weird happened in it. Whatever, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. I'm going to wrap it. We're almost at 5 hours. I'll be back tomorrow.